The Arabian Nights Part 5. Morning now dawned and Shahrazad broke off from what she had been allowed to say. Then, when it was the 21st night, she continued. I have heard, O auspicious king, that the vizier got up to greet him, saying, Go into your wife tonight and tomorrow I will take you to the Sultan. I hope that God will grant you every blessing. Nur al-Din then did as the vizier had said. So much for him, but as for Shams al-Din, his brother, when he came back from his journey with the Sultan of Cairo and failed to find Nur al-Din, he asked the servants about him. They replied, The day that you left with the Sultan, he mounted his mule with its ceremonial trappings and told us that he was going in the direction of Caleb and would be away for a day or two. No one was to follow him for he was depressed, and from that day to this we have heard no news of him. Shams al-Din was disturbed by the departure of his brother and bitterly sorry to have lost him. This is because of my angry words to him that night, he said to himself. He must have taken them to heart and gone off on his travels. I must send after him. He went to the Sultan and told him what had happened, and he then wrote notes and posted instructions to his and he then wrote notes and posted instructions to his agents throughout the lands. As it happened, however, in the 20 days that Shams al-Din had been away with the Sultan, Nur al-Din had traveled to distant regions, and although Shams al-Din's agents searched, they had to come back with no news of him. Shams al-Din then despaired of his brother and said, I went too far in what I said to him about our children's marriage. I wish that I hadn't done this, it was due to my stupidity and mismanagement. Shortly after this, he proposed to the daughter of a Kareen merchant, and after the contract had been drawn up, the marriage was consummated. As it happened, this coincided with the wedding of Nur al-Din to the daughter of the vizier of Basra, as God Almighty had willed it, in order that what he had decreed might be fulfilled among his creatures. What the brothers had said in their conversation came about, in that both their wives became pregnant. The wife of Shams al-Din, the Egyptian vizier, gave birth to the most beautiful girl who had ever been seen in Cairo, while the wife of Nur al-Din gave birth to a son as handsome as any of the people of his age. He was as the poet described. A slender youth whose hair and whose forehead leave mankind to enjoy both dark and light. Find no fault with the mole upon his cheek. Every corn poppy has its own black spot. Another poet has produced these lines. If beauty comes to be measured against him, it must hang down its head in shame. Asked, have you ever seen a sight like this? Asked, have you ever seen a sight like this? It answers, no, I never have. Nur al-Din named his son Badr al-Din Hassan, and his grandfather was overjoyed at his birth and gave banquets and feasts worthy of the sons of kings. He then took Nur al-Din and brought him to the Sultan. When he appeared before the Sultan, Nur al-Din kissed the ground and, being as eloquent as he was courageous, handsome, and generous, he recited, My lord, may your prosperity endure. And may you live while dark and dawn remain. When men talk of your high-mindedness, time itself dances as it claps its hands. The Sultan rose to greet his two visitors, thanked Nur al-Din for what he had said and asked the vizier who he was. The vizier told him Nur al-Din's story from beginning to end, adding that he was his own nephew. How can he be your brother's son, asked the Sultan, when we have never heard of him? My lord, the Sultan, replied the vizier, I had a brother who was vizier of Egypt. On his death, he left two sons, the elder of whom has taken his father's place as vizier, while this, the younger son, has come to me. I swore that I would marry my daughter to no one else, and when he arrived, this is what I did. He is young and I am very old. I am hard of hearing and my control of affairs is weak, and so I would ask my master to appoint him in my place. He is my nephew, the husband of my daughter, someone well fitted to be vizier, as he is a man of judgment and a good manager. The Sultan found what he saw of Nur al-Din to be to his taste, and so he granted the vizier's request and promoted Nur al-Din to the vizierate. On his orders, the new vizier was given a robe of honor and one of the special mules, as well as pay and allowances. He kissed the Sultan's hand, and he and his father-in-law went back joyfully to their house, saying, "This is due to the good luck brought by baby Hassan." The next day, Nur al-Din went to the Sultan, kissed the ground and recited, "Happiness is renewed on every day, together with good fortune, confounding envious schemes. May the whiteness of your days not cease, while the days of your enemies are black." The Sultan ordered him to take the vizier's seat, which he did, and he then took in hand the duties of his office, investigating the affairs of the people and their lawsuits, as is the habit of viziers. Watching him, the Sultan was astonished at what he was doing, his intelligence and powers of administration, all of which won him the Sultan's affection and his intimate regard. When the court was dismissed, Nur al-Din went home and delighted his father-in-law by telling him what had happened. The young man continued to act as vizier until, both by night and by day, he became inseparable from the Sultan. His pay and allowances were increased and he became rich. He owned shops that traded on his account, slaves, mamluks, and many flourishing estates with water wheels and gardens. When Hassan was 4 years old, the old vizier, Nur al-Din's father-in-law, died, and Nur al-Din gave him the most lavish of funerals. He then concerned himself with the upbringing of his son, and when the boy concerned himself with the upbringing of his son, and when the boy grew strong and had reached the age of 7, his father brought in a tutor to teach him at home, telling the man to give him the best instruction. The tutor taught Hassan to read and made him commit to heart many useful branches of learning, as well as getting him to memorize the Quran, over a period of years. Hassan became ever more beautiful and well-formed, as the poet puts it. A moon reaches its full in the heavens of his beauty, while the sun shines from his blooming cheeks. All beauty is his, and it is as though all that is fair in men derives from him. He was brought up in his father's palace, which throughout his early years he never left, until one day his father took him, clothed him in one of his most splendid robes, mounted him up on one of the best of his mules and brought him to the Sultan. The Sultan looked at the boy with admiration and felt affection for him. As for the townspeople, when he passed for the first time on his way to the Sultan with his father, they were astonished at his beauty, and they sat in the street waiting for him to come back so that they could have the pleasure of looking at his comely and well-shaped form. This was as the poet puts it. One night as the astronomer watched, he saw the form of a graceful youth wandering in his twin robes. He observed how Gemini had spread for him the graceful beauty that his flanks displayed. Saturn had granted him black hair, coloring his temples with the shade of musk. From Mars derived the redness of his cheeks, while Sagittarius shot arrows from his eyelids. Mercury supplied keenness of mind, and the bear forbade slanderers to look at him. The astronomer was bewildered at what he saw, and then ran forward to kiss the earth before him. When the Sultan saw Hassan, he conferred his favor and affection on him and told his father that he must always, and without fail, bring the boy with him to court. "To hear is to obey," replied Nur al-Din, after which he took him back home. Every day from then on he went with him to the Sultan until the boy reached the age of 15. It was then that Nur al-Din fell ill and, sending for his son, he said, "Know, my son, that this world is transitory, while the next world is eternal. I wish to give you various injunctions, so try to understand what I have to say and take heed of it." He then started to tell Hassan how to deal well with people and how to manage his affairs. Then he remembered his brother and his native land, and he wept for the loss of loved ones. Wiping away his tears, he recited, "If I complain of distance, what am I to say? And if I feel longing, what way of escape is there? I might send messengers to speak for me, but none of them can convey a lover's complaint. I might show endurance, but after the beloved's loss, the lifespan of the lover is not long. The lifespan of the lover is not long. Nothing is left except yearning and grief, together with tears that stream down my cheeks. Those whom I love are absent from my sight, but they are found still settled in my heart. Do you not see, though I have long been spurned, My covenant is subject to no change. Has her distance led you to forget your love? Have tears and fasting given you a cure? We are of the same clan, both you and I. But you still try me with long-lasting censure. When Nur al-Din, in tears, had finished reciting this, he turned to his son and said, "Before I give you my injunctions, you must know that you have an uncle who is vizier of Egypt. I parted from him and left him without his leave. Take a scroll of paper and write down what I shall dictate." Hassan took the paper and started to write, while his father dictated an account of what had happened to him from start to finish. He noted the date of the consummation of his marriage with the old vizier's daughter, explaining how he had arrived at Basra and met his father-in-law, adding, "Many years have passed since the day of our quarrel. This is what I have written to him, and may God now be with him in my stead." He folded the letter, sealed it, and said, "Hassan, my son, keep this testament, for in it is an account of your origin and your genealogy. If anything happens to you, go to Egypt, ask for your uncle and tell him that I have died in a foreign land, longing for him." Hassan took the paper, folded it and sewed it up in a fold of material, before placing it in paper, folded it and sewed it up in a fold of material, before placing it in the wrapper of his turban, all the while shedding tears at the thought of being parted from his father while he himself was still young. Nur al-Din then said, "I give you 5 injunctions. The first is, do not be on intimate terms with anyone, for in this way you will be safe from the evil they may do you. Safety lies in seclusion, so do not be too familiar with anyone. I have heard what the poet says. There is no one in this age of yours for whose friendship you can hope. When time is harsh to you, no friend will stay faithful. Live alone and choose no one in whom to trust. This, then, is my advice, it is enough. The second injunction, my son, is to injure no man, lest time injure you, for one day it will favor you and the next day it will harm you, and this world is alone to be repaid. I have heard what the poet says. Act slowly, do not rush to what you want. Be merciful and be known for your mercy. No power surpasses that of God. And every wrongdoer will be oppressed. The third injunction is to keep silent and to concern yourself with your own faults and not with those of others. The saying goes,
"Whoever stays silent, escapes."
And I have heard the poet say, "Silence is an adornment which affords you safety. But if you speak, refrain from babble. If you regret your silence once, you will regret having spoken many times." The fourth injunction, my son, is this: be on your guard against drinking wine, for wine is the root of all discord and it carries away men's wits, so I repeat, guard against it. I have heard the poet say, "I gave up drinking wine and have become a source of guidance for its censurers." Drink makes the drunken stray from the right path, and opens the door to evil. The fifth injunction is this: guard your wealth and it will guard you, protect it and it will protect you. Do not overspend or you will find yourself in need of help from the most insignificant people. Look after your money, for it will be a salve for your wounds. I have heard the poet say, "If I lack money, then I have no friends. But all men are my friends when I have wealth. How many friends have helped me spend? But when the money went, they all deserted me." Nur al-Din went on delivering his injunctions to Hassan until his soul left his body, after which Hassan stayed at home mourning for him, with the Sultan and all the emirs joining in his grief. His mourning extended for 2 months after the funeral, during which time he did not ride out, attend court or present himself before the Sultan. This earned him the attend court or present himself before the Sultan. This earned him the Sultan's anger, as a result of which one of the chamberlains was appointed vizier in his place, with orders to set his seal on Nur al-Din's properties, wealth, buildings, and possessions. The new vizier set out to do this and to arrest Hassan and take him to the Sultan to deal with the young man as he saw fit. Among his soldiers was one of the dead vizier's Mamluks, and when he heard what was about to happen, he quickly rode to Hassan, and found him sitting by the door of his house, broken-hearted and with his head bowed in sorrow. The Mamluk dismounted, kissed his hand and said, "My master and son of my master, quick, quick, run away before you are doomed." "What is the matter?" asked Hassan, trembling. "The Sultan is angry with you and has ordered your arrest," replied the Mamluk. "Misfortune is hot on my heels, so flee for your life. Is there time for me to go inside to fetch some money to help me in exile?" Hassan asked. "Get up now, master," urged the Mamluk, "and leave at once." So Hassan got up, reciting these lines: "If you meet injustice, save your life. And let the house lament its builders. You can replace the country that you lose. But there is no replacement for your life. Send out no messenger on any grave affair. For only you yourself will give you good advice. The lion's neck is only thick because it looks after all its own affairs." Then, heeding the Mamluk's warning, he covered his head with the skirt of his robe and walked off until he got outside the city. He heard the people saying that the Sultan had sent the new vizier to the old vizier's house, to set his seal on his wealth and his properties and to arrest his son, Hassan, in order to bring him for execution, and they were sorry for this because of the young man's beauty. On hearing what they were saying, Hassan left the city immediately, without knowing where he was going, until fate led him to his father's grave. He entered the cemetery and made his way among the tombs until he reached that of his father. There he sat down, unwinding the skirt of his robe from his head. On the cloth were embroidered in gold the lines: "You whose face gleams like stars and dew, may your fame last forever, and your exalted glories stay eternally." As he was sitting there, a Jew, who appeared to be a money changer, came up to him, carrying saddlebags containing a great quantity of gold. After approaching him, this Jew said, "Master, why is it that I see that you are drained of color?" Hassan replied, "I was sleeping just now, when in a dream I saw my father reproaching me for not having visited him. I got up in alarm, and I was afraid that if I did not pay him a visit before the end of the day, it might go hard with me." "Master," said the Jew, "your father sent out trading ships, some of which have just arrived, and I want to buy the cargo of the first of them from you for this 1,000 dinars of gold." He then brought out a purse filled with gold, from which he counted out 1,000 dinars and gave them to Hassan, in return for which he asked for a signed bill of sale. Hassan took a piece of paper, on which he wrote, "The writer of this note, Hassan, son of Nur al-Din, has sold to Ishaq the Jew for 1,000 dinars the cargo of the first of his father's ships to come to port, the sale price having been paid in advance." After Ishaq had taken the note, Hassan began to weep as he remembered the glory that had been his, and he recited, "The dwelling is no dwelling since you left. And since you left, we have no neighbors there. My old familiar friends are now no friends. Nor are the moons still moons. You left, and this has made the world a wilderness. And the wide lands are now all dark. Would that the crow that croaked of your going were stripped of feathers and could find no nest. I have scant store of patience, now that you have gone. My body is gaunt and many a veil is torn. Do you think that those past nights will ever come again, as we once knew them, and the same home shelter us?" He wept bitterly, and as night drew in, he rested his head on his father's tomb and fell asleep. As he slept, the moon rose, his head slipped from the tombstone and he slept on his back, with his face gleaming in the moonlight. It so happened that the cemetery was frequented by jinn who believed in God. A Jinniyah came and looked at the sleeping Hassan and, struck by wonder at his beauty, she exclaimed, "Glory to God, it is as though this youth is one of the children of paradise." She then flew off, making her customary circuit in the air. Seeing an Ifrit flying by, she greeted him and asked him where he had come from. "From Cairo," he said, and she asked, "Would you like to go with me to see the beauty of this youth asleep in the cemetery?" The Ifrit agreed and they flew down to the tomb. "Have you ever in your life seen anything to match this?" the Jinniyah asked. Glory be to the matchless God, the Ifrit exclaimed. But sister, he added, would you like me to tell you what I have seen? What was that? She asked. I have seen someone who is like this youth in the land of Egypt. This is the daughter of Shams al-Din, a girl about 20 years old, beautiful, graceful, splendid, perfectly formed and proportioned. When she passed this age, the Sultan of Egypt learned of her, sent for Shams al-Din, her father, and said,
Vizier, I hear that you have a daughter and I would like to ask you for her hand in marriage. My master,
said Shams al-Din,
accept my excuse and have pity on the tears that I must shed. You know that my brother Nur al-Din left us and went away we don't know where. He was my partner in the vizierate and the reason that he left in anger was that we had sat talking about marriage and children and this caused the quarrel. From the day that her mother gave birth to her, some 18 years ago, I have sworn that I shall marry my daughter to none but my brother's son. A short time ago, I heard that my brother married the daughter of the vizier of Basra, who bore him a son, and out of respect for my brother I shall marry my daughter to no other man. I have noted the date of my own marriage, my wife's pregnancy and the birth of this girl. She is the destined bride of her cousin, while for the Sultan there are girls aplenty.
When he heard this, the Sultan was furiously angry and said,
When someone like me asks for a girl's hand from a man like you, do you refuse to give her to me and put forward an empty excuse? I swear that I shall marry her off to the meanest of my servants to spite you.
The Sultan had a hunchbacked groom, with a hump on his chest and another on his back. He ordered this man to be brought to him and he has drawn up a contract of forced marriage between him and Shams al-Din's daughter, ordering him to consummate the marriage tonight. The Sultan is providing the groom with a wedding procession and when I left him he was surrounded by the Sultan's Mamluks, who were lighting candles around him and making fun of him at the door of the baths. Shams al-Din's daughter, who bears the greatest resemblance to this young man, is sitting weeping among her nurses and maids, for her father has been ordered not to go to her. I have never seen anything more disgusting than the hunchback, while the girl is even more lovely than this youth. Morning now dawned and Shahrazad broke off from what she had been allowed to say. Then, when it was the 22nd night, she continued. I have heard, O auspicious king, that when the Ifrit told the Jinniyah that the Sultan, to the girl's great distress, was marrying her off to the hunchbacked groom and that, apart from Hassan, he had never seen her match for beauty, the Jinniyah replied, You are lying, for this young man is the most beautiful of all the people of his age. The Ifrit contradicted her, saying, By God, sister, the girl is more lovely than he is, but he is the only fit mate for her, for they resemble one another like siblings or cousins. How sad will be her fate with the hunchback, my brother, said the Jinniyah, let us lift him from beneath and carry him to the girl you are talking about to see which of them is the more beautiful. To hear is to obey, replied the Ifrit. You are right, and there can be no better plan, so I shall carry him myself. This he did, flying off into the air with Hassan, while the Jinniyah at his heels kept pace with him until he came to land in Cairo, where he set Hassan down on a bench and roused him. When Hassan awoke and found that he was not by his father's grave in Basra, he looked right and left and discovered that he was in some other city. He was about to cry out when the Ifrit struck him. He had brought for him a splendid robe and made him put it on. Then he lit a candle for him, saying, Know that I have brought you here and am going to do you a favor for God's sake. Take this candle and go to these baths, where you are to mix with the people and walk along with them until you reach the bridal hall. Then go on ahead, entering the hall without fear, and once you are inside, stand to the right of the hunchbacked bridegroom. Whenever any of the maids, singing girls, and attendants approaches you, put your hand in your pocket, which you will find filled with gold. Take a handful of the gold and throw it to them. You needn't fear that when you do this you will ever find your pocket empty, so you can scatter coins for everyone who comes up. Put your trust in your Creator, for this does not come about through any power of yours but at God's command. When Hassan heard what the Ifrit had to say, he wondered who the bride might be and why the Ifrit was doing him such a favor, but he lit the candle, went to the baths and found the hunchback bridegroom mounted on a horse. He joined the crowd in all the splendor of his beauty, wearing, as has been described, a tarbush with a white covering and a mantle woven with gold. He continued to walk in the bridal procession, and every time the singing girls stopped so that people might throw them money, he would put his hand in his pocket, find it filled with gold, and, to the girls' astonishment, he would throw a handful into their tambourines, filling these up with dinars. His beauty moved the crowd, and they went on like this until they reached the house of Shams al-Din. Here the chamberlains turned back the crowd and would not let them enter, but the singing girls said, "By God, we will not go in unless this young man comes too, for he has overwhelmed us with his generosity, and we will not help display the bride unless he is there." At that, they entered the festal hall. Hassan was seated to the right of the hunchback bridegroom, while the wives of the emirs, viziers, and chamberlains were drawn up in 2 lines, each carrying a large lighted candle and wearing a mouth veil. The lines were drawn up to the right and left beneath the bridal throne, extending to the top of the hall beside the room from which the bride was to emerge. When the ladies saw Hassan's graceful beauty, with his faces gleaming like the crescent moon, they were all drawn to him. The singing girls told them that the handsome young man had given them nothing but red gold, so be sure to serve him as best you can and do whatever he says. The ladies crowded around him with their torches, looking at his beauty and envying him his gracefulness. There was not one of them who did not wish that they could enjoy his embrace for an hour or a year, and so far out of their senses were they that they let down their veils, exclaiming, out of their senses were they that they let down their veils, exclaiming, "Happy is she who has this young man as husband or master." They then cursed the hunchback and the one who was responsible for his marriage to so beautiful a girl, while every blessing that they invoked upon Hassan was matched by a curse for the hunchback. Then the singing girls beat their tambourines, the flutes shrilled, and out came the maids with Shams al-Din's daughter in the middle of them. They had covered her with perfume, dressed her hair beautifully and scented it, and robed her in clothes splendid enough for the kings of Persia. On top of these she wore a gown woven with red gold on which were embroidered pictures of beasts and birds, and round her throat was a Yemeni necklace worth thousands of dinars, comprising gemstones such as no king of Yemen or Byzantine emperor had ever possessed. She was like the moon when it is full on the 14th night, and when she came forward she was like a houri of paradise. Praise be to God, who created her in beauty. The ladies surrounding her were like stars, while in their midst she was like the moon shining through clouds. Hassan was sitting there, the cynosure of all eyes, when she appeared and moved forward, swaying as she did so. The hunchback bridegroom rose to greet her, but she turned from him and moved away until she stood before her cousin Hassan. The people laughed, and when they saw that she had turned towards Hassan, they shouted, while the singing girls raised a cry. Hassan put his hand in his pocket and, to their joy, he threw a handful of gold once more into their tambourines. "Would that this was your bride," they said. He laughed, and all those there pressed around him, while the bridegroom was left on his own, sitting hunched up like a monkey. Every time they tried to light a candle for him, he could not keep it alight, and as he tried to light a candle for him, he could not keep it alight, and as he could find nothing to say, he sat in the darkness looking down at the floor. As for Hassan, he was confronted by people carrying candles, and when he looked at the bridegroom sitting alone in the shadows, he was filled with perplexity and astonishment, but this changed to joy and delight when he looked at his cousin. He saw her face shining radiantly in the candle light, and he looked at the red satin dress that she was wearing, the first to be removed by her maids. As they unveiled her, this allowed Hassan to see her, swaying as she moved with artful coquetry, bewitching both men and women, and fitting the description of the poet. A sun on a branch set in a sand hill. Appearing in a dress of pomegranate blossom 1/4. She let me drink the wine of her lips, and with the gift of her cheeks she quenched the greatest fire. The maids then changed her dress and clothed her in a blue gown, so that she looked like the gleaming full moon, with her black hair, smooth cheeks, smiling mouth, jutting breasts, and beautiful hands and wrists. When they showed her in this second dress, She was as the sublime poets have written. She came forward in a gown of azure blue, the color of the sky. I looked and saw within this gown a summer moon set in a winter night. They then changed that for another dress, using some of her hair as a veil and letting the remaining long, black locks hang loose. The length and blackness of this hair resembled the darkness of night, and she shot at hearts with the magic arrows of her eyes. Of the third dress in which they showed her, the poet has written, veiled by hair draped over cheeks. She was a temptation strong as burning fire. I said, you have used night to veil the dawn. No, she replied, but I have veiled the moon in darkness. They then showed her in a fourth dress, and she came forward like the rising sun, swaying coquettishly and looking from side to side like a gazelle, while transfixing hearts with the arrows of her eyelids, as the poet has said. The watchers saw a sun of loveliness, radiant in coquetry, adorned with bashfulness. She turned her smiling face to the sun of day. Since when the sun has veiled itself in cloud? In her fifth dress, the adorable girl was like the branch of a ban tree or a thirsty gazelle. Her curls crept like scorpions, and she showed the wonders of her beauty as she shook her hips and displayed the locks of hair covering her temples, as has been described in the lines. She appeared as the full moon on a lucky night, with tender hands and slender figure. Her eye enslaves men with its loveliness. The redness of her cheeks rivals the ruby. Her black hair falls over her hips. Beware the snakes that form those curling locks. Her flanks are soft, but though they may be smooth, her heart is harder than the solid rock. Her eyebrows shoot the arrows of her glance. Even from far away, they strike unerringly. If we embrace, I press against her belt. But her breasts keep me from holding her too close. Oh, for her beauty which surpasses every grace! Oh, for her figure which shames the tender bow! The sixth dress in which they showed her was green. Her upright posture put to shame the brown spear, and her comeliness surpassed that of the beauties of every land. Her gleaming face outshone the shining moon, beauty yielded to her every wish, she captivated the boughs with her softness and suppleness, and she shattered hearts with her qualities, as has been described in the lines. A girl trained in shrewdness 1/4. You see that the sun is borrowed from her cheeks. She came in a green dress, like pomegranate blossom veiled by leaves. I asked her for its name, and her reply was phrased with elegance. With it I cut men's hearts, and so the name I give it is
the bitter cut.
The seventh dress in which they displayed her was part safflower red and part saffron. As the poet has said, she sways in a dress part safflower, part saffron, scented with ambergris and musk and sandalwood 1/4. A slender girl, youth urges her to rise. Her buttocks tell her, sit or move slowly. If I ask her for union, her beauty says, be generous, but coquetry says, refuse. When the bride opened her eyes, she said, O God, make this my husband and free me from this hunchbacked groom. So it was that she was shown in all her 7 robes to Hassan of Basra, while the hunchbacked groom was left sitting by himself. When this had been done, the guests were allowed to leave, and all the women and children who had attended the wedding went out, leaving only Hassan and the hunchback. The maids took the bride to her room to change her ornaments and her clothes and make her ready for the bridegroom. At that, the hunchback approached Hassan and said, Sir, you have been kind enough to favor us with your company this evening, but it is time for you to get up and go in the name of God, said Hassan, and he got up and went out of the door. There, however, the Ifrit met him and told him to stop, saying, when the hunchback goes out to the latrine, enter at once and sit down in the alcove. When the bride comes, tell her,
I am your husband, and the Sultan only played this trick on you for fear that you might be hurt by the evil eye. The man whom you saw is one of our grooms.
After this, go up to her and uncover her face. As far as we are concerned, this is a matter of honor. While Hassan was talking with the Ifrit, out came the hunchback and went to the latrine. As he sat down, the Ifrit in the form of a mouse emerged from the water bowl and said, "Zyke. What is the matter with you?" said the hunchback. Then the mouse grew bigger until it became a cat, which said, "Mia, Mia," after which it grew bigger still and turned into a dog, which said, "Ah, ah." At this, the hunchback became frightened and said, "Go away, you ill-omened beast," but the dog grew bigger and swelled up until it became an ass, which brayed and bellowed, "Hack, hack," in his face. The hunchback was even more frightened and called for help, but the donkey grew even larger until it was the size of a buffalo. Blocking the hunchback's retreat, it called to him in a human voice, "You stinking fellow." The hunchback could not control his bowels and sat down on the outlet of the latrine, still wearing his clothes, and with his teeth chattering. "Do you find the world so narrow," asked the Ifrit, "that you can find no one to marry except my beloved? Answer me," he went on, as the hunchback stayed silent, "or else I shall put you in your grave." "By God," said the hunchback, "none of this is my fault. They forced me to marry the girl and I didn't know that she had a buffalo for a lover. I repent of the match. To God and to you I swear to you," said the Ifrit, "that if you leave this place or speak a single word before the sun rises, I shall kill you. At sunrise you can go on your way, but never come back to this house." Then he took hold of the hunchback and put him head first into the outlet of the latrine. "I shall leave you here," he said, "but I shall be watching over you until sunrise." This is what happened to the hunchback, but as for Hassan, leaving the hunchback and the Ifrit quarreling, he went into the house and took his seat in the middle of the alcove. At that moment, the bride appeared, accompanied by an old woman, who said, "You well-made man, rise up and take what God has entrusted to you." Then she turned back, while the bride, whose name was Sit al-Husn, came into the alcove. She was heartbroken, saying, "I shall never let him have me, even if he kills me." But when she entered and saw Hassan, she exclaimed, "Darling, are you still sitting here? I had told myself that you could share me with the hunchback." "How can the hunchback approach you?" said Hassan. "And how could he share you with me? But who is my husband?" she asked. "You or he, Sit al-Husn," said Hassan. "We only did this as a joke to mock him. When the maids and the singing girls and your family saw your beauty being unveiled for me, they were afraid of the evil eye, and your father hired this fellow for 10 dinars to turn it away from us, and now he has gone." When Sit al-Husn heard this from Hassan, she smiled with joy and laughed gently. "By God," she said, "you have quenched my fire, so I ask you to take me and crush me to your breast." She was without any outer clothing, and when she now raised her shift up to her neck, her private parts and her buttocks were revealed. At this sight, Hassan's passion was aroused and, getting up, he stripped off his clothes. He took the purse of gold with the 1,000 dinars that he had got from the Jew and wrapped it in his trousers, placing it under the end of the mattress, and he took off his turban and set it on a chair, leaving him wearing only a fine shirt embroidered with gold. At that, Sit al-Husn went up to him and drew him to her as he drew her to him. He embraced her and placed her legs around his waist. He then set the charge, fired the cannon and demolished the fortress. He found his bride charge, fired the cannon and demolished the fortress. He found his bride an unbored pearl and a mare that no one else had ridden, so he took her maidenhead and enjoyed her youth. Then he withdrew from her, and after a restorative pause, he returned 15 times, as a result of which she conceived. When he had finished, he put his hand beneath her head and she did the same to him, after which they embraced and fell asleep in each other's arms. This was as the poet has described. Visit your love, pay no heed to the envious. For such are of no help in love. God in his mercy makes no finer sight than of two lovers on a single bed, embracing one another and clothed in content, pillowed on one another's wrists and arms. When hearts are joined in love, the iron is cold on which all others strike. When your age has provided you a single friend, how good a friend is this? Live for this one alone. You who blame the lovers for their love, Have you the power to cure the sick at heart? This is what took place between Hassan and his cousin, Sid al-Husn. As for the Ifrit, he said to the Jinniyah, get up and go in beneath this young man so that we may take him back to where he came from lest morning overtakes us. It is almost dawn. The Jinniyah did this as Hassan slept, still wearing his shirt and nothing else, and taking hold of him she flew off. She continued on her way, while the Ifrit kept pace with her, but midway through their journey they were overtaken by the dawn. The Muezzin called to prayer and God permitted his angels to hurl a shooting star at the Ifrit, who was consumed by fire. The Jinniyah escaped, but she set Hassan down in the place where the Ifrit had been struck by the star, as she was too afraid for his safety to take him any further. As fate had decreed, they had reached Damascus and it was by one of the city gates that she left him, before flying away. When the gates were opened in the morning, the people came out and there they found a handsome youth clothed only in a shirt and a woolen skullcap. Because of his wakeful night, he was sunk in sleep. When the people saw him, they said, how lucky was the one with whom this fellow spent the night, but he should have waited to put on his clothes. Another said, they are poor fellows, these rich men's sons. This one must have just come out of the wine shop to relieve himself, when his drunkenness got the better of him, and as he couldn't find the place he was making for, he arrived instead at the city gate, only to find it locked. Then he must have fallen asleep here. As they were talking, a gust of wind blew over Hassan, lifting his shirt above his waist. Beneath it could be seen his stomach, a curved navel, and 2 legs and thighs like crystal. The people exclaimed in admiration and Hassan woke up to find himself by the city gate, surrounded by a crowd. Where am I, good people, he said. Why have you gathered here and what have I to do with you? When the Muezzin gave the call to morning prayer, they said, we saw you stretched out asleep, and that is all we know about the business. Where did you sleep last night? By God, replied Hassan, I slept last night in Cairo. You've been eating hashish, said one of them. You're clearly mad, said another. You go to sleep in Cairo and in the morning here you are asleep in Damascus. Good people, he replied, I have not told you a lie. Last night I was in Egypt and yesterday I was in Basra. Fine, said one. He is mad, said another, and they clapped their hands over him and talked among themselves, saying, what a shame for one so young, but he is undoubtedly mad. Then they said to him, pull yourself together and return to your senses. Yesterday, insisted Hassan, I was a bridegroom in Egypt. Maybe you were dreaming, they said, and it was in your dream that you saw this. Hassan thought it over to himself and said, by God, that was no dream, nor did I see it in my sleep. I went there and they unveiled the bride before me, and there was a third person, a hunchback, sitting there. By God, brothers, this was not a dream, and had it been one, where is the purse of gold that I had with me and where is my turban and the rest of my clothes? He then got up and went into the city, with the people pressing around him and accompanying him as he made his way through the streets and markets. He then entered the shop of a cook, who had been an artful fellow, that is to say, a thief, but had been led to repent of his evil doing by God, after which he had opened a cook shop. All the people of Damascus were afraid of him because of his former violence, and so when they saw that Hassan had gone into his shop, they dispersed in fear. The cook, looking at Hassan's grace and beauty, felt affection for him enter his heart. Where have you come from, young man? He said. Tell me your story, for you have become dearer to me than my life. Hassan told him what had happened to him from beginning to end, and the cook exclaimed at how remarkable and strange it was. But, my son, he added, keeps this affair concealed until God relieves your distress. Stay with me here, and I shall take you as a son, for I have none of my own. Hassan agreed to this and the cook went to the market and bought fine material for him, with which he clothed him. The two of them went off to the Qadi and Hassan declared himself to be the cook's son. This is how he became known in Damascus, and he sat in the shop taking the customers' money, having settled down with the cook. So much for him, but as for his cousin, Sid al-Husn, when dawn broke and she awoke from her sleep, she did not find Hassan, and thinking that he must have gone to the latrine, she sat for a time waiting for him. Then in came Shams al-Din, her father, who was distressed at what the Sultan had done to him and at how he had forced Sid al-Husn to marry one of his servants, a mere groom and a hunchback. He said to himself that he would kill the girl if she had allowed that damned man to have her. So he walked to her room, stopped at the door and called out to her. "Here I am, father," she said, and she came out, swaying with joy. She kissed the ground and her face shone with ever more radiant beauty, thanks to the embrace of that gazelle-like youth. When her father saw her in this state, he said, "Are you so pleased with that groom, you damned girl?" When she heard this, she smiled and said, "By God, what happened yesterday was enough, with people laughing at me and shunning me because of this groom who is not worth the paring of my husband's fingernail. I swear that never in my life have I spent a more delightful night than last night, so don't make fun of me or remind me of that hunchback." When her father heard this, he glared at her in anger and said, "What are you talking about? It was the hunchback who spent the night with you. For God's sake, don't mention him, may God curse his father, and don't jest." The groom was hired for 10 dinars and he took his fee and left. Then I arrived and when I went into the room I found my husband sitting there. This was after the singing girls had unveiled me for him and he had scattered enough red gold to enrich all the poor who were present. I passed the night in the embrace of my charming husband, with the dark eyes and the joining eyebrows. When her father heard this, the light before him turned to darkness. "You harlot," he said, "what are you saying?" "Where are your wits, father?" she replied, "you have broken my heart 1/4 enough of this ill humor. This is my husband who took my virginity. He has gone to the latrine, and he has made me pregnant." Her father got up in astonishment and went to the latrine, where he found the hunchback with his head stuck in the hole and his legs sticking out on top. He was amazed and said, "Surely this is the hunchback." He called to the man, who mumbled in reply, thinking that it was the Ifrit who was speaking to him. Shams al-Din then shouted to him, "Speak or else I shall cut your head off with this sword." "By God, Sheikh of the Ifrits," said the hunchback, "since you put me here I have not raised my head, and I implore you by God to be kind to me." "What are you talking about?" said Shams al-Din when he heard this. "I am the father of the bride and not an Ifrit." "Enough of that," said the hunchback, "for you are on the way to getting me killed, so go off before the Ifrit who did this to me comes back. What you have done is to marry me to the mistress of buffaloes and Ifrits. May God curse the man who married me to her and the one who was the cause of this." Morning now dawned and Shahrazad broke off from what she had been allowed to say. Then, when it was the 23rd night, she continued, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the hunchback started to talk to Shams al-Din, the father of the bride, saying, 'May God curse the man who was the cause of this.'" "Get up," said Shams al-Din, "and come out." "Do you think that I am mad," said the hunchback, "that I should go with you without the Ifrit's permission? He told me to come out and leave at sunrise. So has the sun risen or not, for I can't come out of here until it has." Shams al-Din then asked who had put him there. "I came here last night to relieve myself," the man replied, and suddenly a mouse came out of the water and squeaked, and then it went on growing bigger and bigger until it was as large as a buffalo. It spoke to me in tones that rang through my ears, after which it left me and went away. May God curse the bride and the man who married me to her." Shams al-Din went up and removed him from the latrine, after which he ran off, not believing that the sun had risen, and going to the Sultan, he told him what had happened to him with the Ifrit. As for Shams al-Din, the bride's father, he went back in a state of perplexity, not understanding what had happened to his daughter, and he asked her to explain the matter again. She replied, "The bridegroom, for whom I was unveiled yesterday, spent the night with me, took my virginity and has made me pregnant. If you don't believe me, here is his turban, in its folds, lying on the chair, and here are his other clothes underneath the bed, with something wrapped up in them, although I don't know what it is." On hearing this, her father came into the alcove, where he found the turban of his nephew, Hassan. He took it in his hands, turned it over and said, "This is a vizier's turban and it is of muslin." He then looked and saw an amulet sewn into the tarbush, which he took and opened, and he picked up the outer clothes, in which he found the purse containing the 1,000 dinars. Opening it, he found inside it a sheet of paper, which he read and which turned out to be the Jew's contract of sale, with the name of Badr al-Din Hassan, the son of Nur al-Din Ali, the Egyptian. He also found the 1,000 dinars. On reading the paper, he uttered a loud cry and fell down in a faint. When he recovered and grasped what this all meant, he was filled with wonder and exclaimed, "There is no God but God, who has power over all things." Then he said, "Daughter, do you know who it was who deflowered you?" "No," she replied. "It was my brother's son, your cousin," he said, "and these 1,000 dinars are your dowry." "Glory be to God, but I wish I knew how this came about." Then he reopened the amulet and in it he found a note in the handwriting of his brother Nur al-Din. After looking at his brother's handwriting, he recited, "I see the traces they have left and melt with longing. And I pour down my tears over their former dwellings. I ask the one who afflicted me with separation, that one day he might favor me with their return." On finishing these lines, Shams al-Din read through what was in the amulet and there he found the date of Nur al-Din's marriage to the daughter of the vizier of Basra, its consummation, the date of Hassan's birth, and an account of Nur al-Din's life up until the time of his death. This astonished him, he trembled with joy and, on comparing what had this astonished him, he trembled with joy and, on comparing what had happened to his brother with his own history, he found that they matched exactly, that the consummation of his marriage and that of his brother had happened on the same date, as had the birth of Hassan and that of his own daughter, Sit al-Husn. Taking the paper, he brought it to the Sultan and told him all that had happened from start to finish. The astonished Sultan ordered that an account of this should be written down immediately. Shams al-Din waited, expecting his nephew to come, but he did not come that day, or on the next, or on the third, and after 7 days had passed, there was still no news of him. So Shams al-Din said, "By God, I shall do something that no one has ever done before," and taking an inkwell and a pen, he produced on a piece of paper a sketch plan of the whole house, with the alcove here, such and such a hanging there, and so on, including everything in the house. He then folded the paper and gave orders for all Hassan's things to be collected. He took the turban, the tarbush, the mantle, and the purse, which he locked up in his own room with a lock of iron, setting a seal on it to await his nephew's arrival. As for his daughter, at the end of the months of her pregnancy, she gave birth to a boy, splendid as the moon, resembling his father in beauty, perfection, splendor, and grace. The midwives cut the umbilical cord, spread kohl on his eyelids and then handed him over to the nurses, naming him Ajib. In one day he grew as much as other children grow in a month, and in a month as much as they do in a year. When he was 7 years old, he was handed over to a teacher who was told to give him a good education and to teach him to read. He stayed at school for 4 years, but he began to fight with the other children and abuse them, saying, "Which of you is my equal? I am the son of Shams al-Din of Egypt." The other children went together to the monitor to complain of his rough behavior. The monitor told them, "When he arrives tomorrow, I'll teach you something to say to him that will make him give up coming to school. Tomorrow, when he arrives, sit around him in a circle and say to each other,
'By God, no one may play this game with us unless he can tell us the names of his mother and father.
Anyone who doesn't know these names is a bastard and won't be allowed to play.' The next morning, they came to school and when Ajib arrived, they surrounded him and said, 'We are going to play a game but no one may join in with us unless he can tell us the names of his mother and father.' They all agreed to this, and one of them said, 'My name is Majid, my mother is Alaiya and my father is al-Din.' A second boy did the same and so did the others until it came to Ajib's turn. He then said, "My name is Ajib, my mother is Sit al-Husn and my father is Shams al-Din of Egypt." By God, they said to him, "Shams al-Din isn't your father?" "Yes, he is," insisted Ajib, and at that the boys laughed at him, clapped their hands, and said, "He doesn't know who his father is, go away and leave us. We will only play with those who know their father's name." At that, the children around him went off laughing and leaving him angry and choked with tears. The monitor told him, "We know that your grandfather, Shams al-Din, is not your father but the father of your mother, Sit al-Husn. As for your own father, neither you nor we know who he is. The Sultan married your mother to the hunchbacked groom, but a genie came and slept with her and you have no father we know of. You won't be able to compare yourself with the other boys in this school unless you find out who your father is, for otherwise they will take you for a bastard. You can see that the trader's son knows his father, but although your grandfather is Shams al-Din of Egypt, as we don't know who your father is, we say that you have no father. So act sensibly." When Ajib heard what the monitor and the boys had to say and how they were insulting him, he went away immediately and came to his mother, Sit al-Husn, to complain, but he was crying too hard to speak. When she heard his sobs, her heart burned and she said, "What has made you cry? Tell me." So he told her what he had heard from the children and from the monitor, and he asked her, "Who is my father?" She said, "Your father is Shams al-Din of Egypt." But he said, "Don't tell me lies. Shams al-Din is your father, not mine, so who is my father? If you don't tell me the truth, I'll kill myself with this dagger." When his mother heard him talk of his father, she burst into tears, remembering her cousin Hassan and how she had been unveiled for him and what he had done with her. She recited these lines: "They stirred up longing in my heart and left. Those whom I love have now gone far away. They left and with them has my patience gone. After this loss, patience is hard to find. They left, and were accompanied by my joy. Nothing stays fixed, there is no fixity. By leaving me, they brought tears to my eyes. And thanks to this, my tears flow down in floods. I yearn to see them, and for long. I have been yearning and awaiting them. I call up pictures of them, and my inmost heart is home to passion, longing, and to care. Your memory has now become my cloak. And under it I wear my love for you. Beloved, for how long will this go on? How long will you stay distant and shun me?" She wept and wailed, as did Ajib, and at that point suddenly in came Shams al-Din. When he saw their tears, his heart was burned and he asked what the reason for all this grief was. Sit al-Husn told him what had happened to Ajib with the boys at his school, and Shams al-Din himself wept, remembering his brother and what had happened to the two of them, as well as what had happened to his daughter, the real truth of which he did not know. He then immediately got up and went to the court, where he came into the Sultan's presence and told him his story, asking leave to travel to the east in order to make inquiries about his nephew in Basra. He also asked the Sultan to give him written instructions addressed to all lands, allowing him to take his nephew with him wherever he might be found. He then burst into tears before the Sultan, who was moved with pity for him and wrote him the orders for which he had asked. This delighted Shams al-Din, who called down blessings on his master, and then took his leave. He immediately went home and made his preparations for the journey, taking with him that entire he, his daughter and Ajib might need. They traveled day after day until they arrived at Damascus, which they found full of trees and watered by streams, as the poet has described it. "I passed a day and a night in Damascus, and time swore that with a city like this it could make no mistake. I spent the night while night's wing paid no heed. And dawn was smiling with grey hair. On the branches their dew gleamed like pearls, touched gently by the zephyr and then falling. The pool was like a page read by the birds, written by wind, with clouds as punctuation." Shams al-Din halted in the Maiden al-Hassa, where he pitched his tents, telling his servants that they would rest there for 2 days. For their part, They then went into the city to do as they pleased, one selling, one buying, one going to the baths and another to the Umayyad mosque, whose like is to be found nowhere in the world. Ajib went out accompanied by a eunuch, and they entered the city to look at the sights, with the eunuch walking behind holding a cudgel so heavy that were he to use it to strike a camel, the beast would never rise again. The people of Damascus looked at Ajib, his well-formed figure, his splendor, and his beauty, for he was a remarkably handsome boy with soft manners, more delicate than the northern breeze, sweeter than cold water to the thirsty man, and more delightful than the recovery of health to the sick. As a result, he was followed by a large crowd, some running behind him and others going on ahead and sitting in the road looking at him as he passed. This went on until, as had been decreed by fate, the eunuch stopped at the shop of his father Hassan. In the 12 years that he had spent in Damascus, Hassan's beard had grown long and he had matured in intelligence. The cook had died and he had taken over his wealth and his intelligence. The cook had died and he had taken over his wealth and his shop, having been acknowledged before the judges and the notaries as his son. When Ajib and the eunuch halted by his shop that day, Hassan looked at Ajib, his son, and, taking note of how extremely handsome he was, his heart beat fast, blood sensed the pull of blood, and he felt linked to the boy by affection. He happened to have cooked a dish of sugared pomegranate seeds, and as God had inspired him with love for his son, he called out to him, "My master, who has taken possession of my heart and for whom I yearn, would you enter my shop, mend my broken heart and eat of my food?" Then, spontaneously, his eyes filled with tears and he thought of what he had been and what he now was. As for Ajib, when he heard what his father had said, he felt drawn to him. He told this to the eunuch, adding, "It is as though this cook is a man who has parted from his son. Let us go into his shop, so that we may comfort him and eat what he gives us as guests. It may be that, if I do this for him, God may unite me with my father, a fine thing, by God," exclaimed the eunuch when he heard this. "Do vizier's sons stay eating in a cook shop? I use this stick to keep people away from you lest they even look at you, and I shall never feel safe in letting you go in here." When Hassan heard this, he was astonished and turned to the eunuch with tears running down his cheeks, while Ajib said, "My heart is filled with love for this man." "Don't say that," the eunuch replied, "for you are never going in there." Hassan himself then turned to the eunuch and said, "Great one, why do you not mend my broken heart by entering my shop yourself, you who are like a chestnut, dark but with a white heart, you who fit the description of the poet?" "What is this you say?" said the eunuch, laughing. "Produce the description but keep it short." So Hassan started to recite these lines. Were he not educated and reliable, he would hold no office in the royal palace, or be given charge of the harem. Oh, what a servant, who, for his beauty, heavenly angels serve. The eunuch was filled with admiration when he heard this, and, taking Ajib with him, he entered the shop. Hassan then ladled into a bowl an excellent mixture of pomegranate seeds, almonds, and sugar, and they both ate after Hassan had welcomed them, saying, "You have done me a favor, so enjoy your meal." Ajib then said to his father, "Sit and eat with us, and it may be that God will bring us together with those whom we wish to meet." "My boy," said Hassan, "have you, young as you are, had to suffer the loss of dear ones?" "Yes, uncle," replied Ajib. "This has caused me bitter distress, and the one whom I have lost is my father. My grandfather and I have come to search for him through all the lands, and I am filled with sad longing for him." He then wept bitterly, and his father wept because of his loss and because of the boy's tears, remembering the loss of his own loved ones and his separation from his father and his mother, while the eunuch shared his sorrow. They then ate their fill, after which the two got up, and when they left the shop, Hassan felt as though his soul had parted from his body and gone with them. He could not endure to be parted from them for the blink of an eye, and so he locked up his shop and followed, without realizing that Ajib was his son. He hurried on until he caught up with them before they had gone out of the main gate. The eunuch turned and asked what he wanted. "When you left my shop," replied Hassan, "I felt that my soul had gone with you, and, as I have an errand in the suburbs outside the gate, I wanted to go with you, do my errand, and then go back." The eunuch was angry. "This is what I was afraid of," he told Ajib. "The bite that we had to eat was unfortunate in that it has put us under an obligation, and here is that fellow following us from place to place." Ajib turned, and finding Hassan walking behind him, he became angry and his face flushed red. To the eunuch he said, "Let him walk on the public road, but if, when we come out to our tents, we find that he is still following us, then we can drive him away." He then lowered his head and walked on, with the eunuch behind him and Hassan trailing them, as far as the maiden Al-Hassa. When they were close to the tents, they turned and saw him still behind them. Ajib was afraid that the eunuch might tell his grandfather, and he became very angry for fear lest he be reported as having entered the cook shop and having been followed by the cook. So he turned and found Hassan's eyes fixed on his, while Hassan himself looked like a body without a soul. To Ajib it seemed as though his eyes were those of a pervert or that he was a debauchee, and so, in a fit of rage, he took a stone and hit his father with it, knocking him unconscious, with the blood running down over his face. He and the eunuch then went to the tents. When Hassan recovered consciousness, he wiped away the blood, and after cutting off a strip of his turban, he bandaged his head. He blamed himself and said, "I wronged the boy by shutting up my shop and following him, making him think that I was a pervert." So he went back to the shop and went on selling his food, but he started to yearn for his mother in Basra and he recited in tears, "You wrong time if you ask it to be fair. Do not blame it, it was not created for fair dealing. Take what comes easily and leave care aside. Time must contain both trouble and happiness." He carried on with his business, while his uncle, Shams al-Din, after spending 3 days in Damascus, left for Homs, which he entered, and while he was on his journey he made inquiries wherever he went. He went to Diyarbakir, Mardin, and Mosul, and he kept on traveling until he reached Basra. After entering the city and settling himself there, he went to the Sultan. When they met, the Sultan treated him with respect and honor and asked him the reason for his visit. Shams al-Din told him his story and that his brother was Nur al-Din Ali. "May God have mercy on him," interjected the Sultan, adding, "He was my vizier and I loved him dearly, but he died 15 years ago. He left a son, but the son only stayed for a month after his death before going missing and we have never heard any more news of him, although his mother, the daughter of my old vizier, is still with us." When Shams al-Din heard that the mother of his nephew was well, he was delighted and told the Sultan that he would like to meet her. Permission was immediately granted and he went to visit her in his brother's house. He let his gaze wander around it, and kissing its threshold, he thought of his brother and of how he had died in exile. So he shed tears and recited these lines. "I pass by the dwellings of Lila. And I kiss first one wall and then another. It is not love for the dwellings that wounds my heart, but love for the one who lived in them." He passed through the door into a large hall where there was another door, arched and vaulted with flint inset with marble of different kinds and different colors. He walked through the house, and as he looked at it and glanced around, he found the name of his brother inscribed in letters of gold. He went up to the inscription, kissed it and wept as he remembered his separation from his brother. He then recited these lines. "Every time it rises, I ask the sun for news of you. And I question the lightning about you when it flashes. Longing folds and unfolds me in its hands. All night, but I do not complain of pain. Dear ones, for long, after you went, separation from you has left me cut to pieces. Were you to grant my eyes a sight of you 1/4, it would be better still if we could meet. Do not think I am busied with another. My heart has no room for another love." He then walked on until he reached the room of his brother's widow, the mother of Hassan, who throughout her son's disappearance had been weeping and wailing constantly, night and day. When long years had passed, she had made a marble cenotaph for him in the middle of the hall, where she would shed tears, and it was only beside this that she would sleep. When Shams al-Din came to her room, he heard the sound of her voice, and standing behind the door, he listened to her reciting. In God's name, grave, are his beauties now gone? And has that bright face changed? Grave, you are neither a garden nor a sky. So how do you contain both branch and moon? While she was reciting this, Shams al-Din came in. He greeted her and told her that he was her husband's brother, and he then explained what had happened, giving her the full story, that her son Hassan had spent a whole night with his daughter 10 years earlier and had then disappeared at dawn. He left my daughter pregnant, Shams al-Din added, and she gave birth to a son who is here with me, and he is your grandson, the son of your son by my daughter. When she looked at her brother-in-law and heard the news that her son was still alive, she got up and threw herself at his feet, kissing them and reciting, "How excellent is the man who brings good tidings of your coming. He has brought with him the most delightful news. Were he to be contented with a rag, I would give him a heart that was torn in pieces when you said goodbye." Shams al-Din then sent a message telling Ajib to come, and when he did, his grandmother got up, embraced him and wept. "This is no time for tears," Shams al-Din told her. "This is the time for you to make your preparations to travel with us to Egypt, and perhaps God will allow us preparations to travel with us to Egypt, and perhaps God will allow us and you to join your son, my nephew." She agreed to leave and instantly got up to collect what she needed, together with her treasures and her maids. As soon as she was ready, Shams al-Din went to the Sultan of Basra and took leave of him, while the Sultan, in his turn, sent gifts and presents with him to take to the Sultan of Egypt. Shams al-Din then left immediately and traveled to Damascus, where he halted and pitched camp at Al-Qanun. He told his entourage that they would stay there for a week so that they could buy gifts for the Sultan. Ajib went out, telling his servant, Laik, that he wanted to look around the place, adding, "Come with me and we shall go down to the market and pass through the city to see what has happened to that cook whose food we ate and whose head I hurt. He had been kind to me and I harmed him." Laik agreed and the two of them left the camp, Ajib being drawn to his father by the ties of kinship. After entering the city, they went on until they came to the cook shop, where they found Hassan. It was close to the time of the afternoon prayer and, as luck would have it, he had cooked a dish of pomegranate seeds. When they approached him, Ajib looked at him with a feeling of affection, while noting the scar on his forehead left by the blow from the stone. He greeted Hassan affectionately, while, for his part, Hassan was agitated, his heart fluttered, he hung his head towards the ground and he tried without success to move his tongue around his mouth. Then looking up at his son, with meekness and humility he recited these lines. "I wished for my beloved, but when he came in sight, in my bewilderment I could not control tongue or eyes. I bowed my head in reverence and respect. I tried to hide my feelings, but in vain. I had whole reams of blame to give to him. But when we met I could not speak a word. Then he said to Ajib, 'Mend my broken heart and eat of my food. By God, when I look at you, my heart races and it was only because I had lost my wits that I followed you. You must indeed be fond of me. I took a bite to eat with you, after which you followed me, wanting to bring shame on me. I shall only eat your food on condition that you swear not to come out after me or follow me again, for otherwise I shall never come back here, although we are staying for a week so that my grandfather can buy gifts for the Sultan.' Hassan agreed and Ajib entered with his servant. Hassan presented them with a bowl of pomegranate seeds and Ajib asked him to give them the pleasure of eating with him. He accepted gladly, but as his heart and body were concentrated on Ajib, he kept staring fixedly at his face. Ajib objected, saying, "Didn't I tell you that you are an unwelcome lover, so stop staring at my face." When Hassan heard what his son said, he recited these lines. "You have a hidden secret in men's hearts. Folded away, concealed and not spread out. Your beauty puts to shame the gleaming moon, while your grace is that of the breaking dawn. The radiance of your face holds unfulfillable desires, whose well-known feelings grow and multiply. Am I to melt with heat, when your face is my paradise? And shall I die of thirst when your saliva is Kothar? Hassan kept filling Ajib's plate and then that of the eunuch. They ate their fill and then got up. Hassan rose himself and poured water over their hands, after which he unfastened a silk towel from his waist on which he dried their hands before sprinkling them with rose water from a flask that he had with him. Then he left his shop and came back with a jug of sherbet mixed with musk-flavored rosewater, which he presented to them, saying, "Complete your kindness." Ajib took it and drank, after which he passed it to the eunuch. They then drank from it in turns until their stomachs were full, as they had had more than usual. After leaving, they hurried back to their camp, where Ajib went to see his grandmother. She kissed him and then, thinking of her son, she sighed, shed tears and recited, "I hoped that we might meet, and, after losing you, there was nothing for me to wish for in my life. I swear that there is nothing in my heart except your love. And God, my Lord, knows every secret thing." She then asked Ajib where he had been, to which he replied that he had gone into the city of Damascus. She got up and brought him a bowl of pomegranate seeds that had only been sweetened a little, and she told the eunuch to sit down with his master. "By God," said the eunuch to himself, "I have no urge to eat," but he sat down. As for Ajib, when he took his seat, his stomach was full of what he had already eaten and drunk, but he took a morsel, dipped it among the pomegranate seeds and ate it. Because he was full, he found it undersweetened and he exclaimed, "Ugh, what is this nasty food?" "My son," said his grandmother, "are you blaming my cooking?" "I cooked this myself." "And no, grandmother, are you blaming my cooking?" "I cooked this myself and no one can cook as well as I can, except for your father Hassan." "By God, grandmother," replied Ajib, "this dish of yours is disgusting. We have just come across a cook in the city who cooked a dish of pomegranate seeds whose smell would open up your heart. His food makes one want to eat again, while, in comparison, yours is neither one thing nor another." On hearing this, his grandmother became very angry and, looking at the eunuch. Morning now dawned and Shahrazad broke off from what she had been allowed to say. Then, when it was the 24th night, she continued, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that on hearing this, his grandmother became very angry and, looking at the eunuch, she reproached him, telling him that he had spoiled her son by taking him into a cook shop. The apprehensive eunuch denied this, saying, "We didn't go into the shop but merely passed by it." Ajib, however, insisted that they had gone in and had eaten, adding, "And it was better than your food." His grandmother got up and told her brother-in-law about this, turning him against the eunuch, who was then brought before him. "Why did you take my grandson into the cook shop?" Shams al-Din asked. In his fear, the eunuch again denied this, but Ajib insisted, "We did go in and we ate pomegranate seeds until we were full, after which the cook gave us a drink with snow and sugar." Shams al-Din became even angrier with the drink with snow and sugar. Shams al-Din became even angrier with the eunuch and asked him again. He again denied it, at which Shams al-Din said, "If you are telling me the truth, then sit down and eat in front of me." The eunuch came forward and tried to do this but failed and had to throw away what he had taken. "Master," he explained, "I am still full from yesterday." Shams al-Din then realized that he had indeed eaten in the cook shop. He ordered the slaves to throw him down, which they did, and he then started to beat him painfully. The eunuch called for help. "Don't beat me, master," he cried, "and I'll tell you the truth." After this, Shams al-Din stopped beating him and demanded the truth. "We did go into the shop," he said, "and the cook was preparing a dish of pomegranate seeds. He gave us some of it and, by God, never in my life have I tasted anything like it, while I have never tasted anything nastier than this stuff that is before us." Hassan's mother was angry and told him, "You must go to this cook and fetch us a bowl of pomegranate seeds that he has prepared. You can then show it to your master and he can then say which is better and more tasty." The eunuch agreed and was given a bowl and half a dinar. He went to the shop and said to Hassan, "In my master's house we have laid a bet on your cooking. They have pomegranate seeds there, so for this half dinar give me some of yours, and take care over it, for your cooking has already cost me a painful beating." Hassan laughed and said, "By God, this is a dish that nobody can cook properly except for my mother and me, and she is now in a distant land." He then ladled the food into the bowl and took it to put the finishing touches on it using musk and rose water. The eunuch carried it back quickly to the camp, where Hassan's mother took it and tasted it. When she noted how flavorsome it was and how well it had been cooked, she realized who must have cooked it and how well it had been cooked. She realized who must have cooked it and gave a shriek before falling in a faint, to the astonishment of Shams al-Din. He sprinkled rose water over her and after a time she recovered. "If my son is still in this world," she exclaimed, "it was he and no one else who cooked these pomegranate seeds. It has to have been my son, Hassan. No one else can cook it except him, for I taught him the recipe." When Shams al-Din heard this, he was overjoyed and exclaimed, "How I long to see my brother's son! Will time unite me with him? But it is only from Almighty God that I may seek a meeting with him." He got up immediately and went to his escort, ordering 20 men to go the cook shop, demolish it, and tie up the cook with his own turban. "Then," he said, "drag him here by force, but without injuring him in any way." The men agreed to do this, and Shams al-Din himself rode immediately to the palace of the governor of Damascus, whom he met and to whom he showed the letters that he had brought with him from the Sultan. The governor kissed them and then placed them on his head, before asking, "Where is the man you are looking for?" "He is a cook," replied Shams al-Din, and the governor instantly ordered his chamberlains to go to his shop. They went and found the shop demolished with all its contents smashed, for when Shams al-Din had gone to the governor's palace, his men had carried out his orders. They sat there waiting for him to return, while Hassan was asking, what could they have seen in the dish of pomegranate seeds that led to all this? Shams al-Din returned with the governor's permission to carry away Hassan. When he entered his tent, he ordered the cook to be produced and he was brought in, tied up with his own turban. Hassan wept bitterly on seeing his uncle and said, "Master, what offense do you charge me with?" "Was it you," asked Shams al-Din, "who cooked these pomegranate seeds?" "Yes," said Hassan, "and did you find anything in them that entitles you to cut off my head? For you this would be the best and lightest punishment," said Shams al-Din. "Master," said Hassan, "are you not going to tell me what I did wrong?" "Yes, immediately," said Shams al-Din, but he then called to the servants to bring the camels. They took Hassan with them, put him in a box, locked it and set off, traveling until nightfall. Then they halted and ate some food. They took Hassan out of his box, gave him something to eat and then put him back in it. They followed this pattern until they reached Kamra, when Hassan was taken out of his box and was again asked whether it was he who had cooked the pomegranate seeds. When he still said yes, Shams al-Din ordered him to be fettered, which was done and he was put back in the box. The party then traveled on to Cairo, where they halted at the Radaniya camping ground. Shams al-Din ordered Hassan to be taken out and he ordered a carpenter to be fetched whom he told to make a wooden cross. "What are you going to do with it?" asked Hassan. "I will garrote you on it and then nail you to it, before parading you around the whole city," Shams al-Din told him. "Why are you doing this to me?" asked Hassan. "Because of your ill-omened cooking of the pomegranate seeds, for you cooked them without enough pepper," replied Shams al-Din. "Are you really doing all this to me because the dish lacked pepper?" said Hassan. "Was it not enough for you to keep me shut up, giving me only one meal a day?" "There was not enough pepper," said Shams al-Din, "and the only punishment for you is death." Hassan was both astonished and sorry for himself. "What are you thinking about?" asked Shams al-Din. "About superficial minds like yours," replied Hassan, "for if you had any intelligence you would not treat me like this. We have to punish any intelligence. You would not treat me like this. We have to punish you," said Shams al-Din, so as to see that you don't do this kind of thing again. The least part of what you have done to me is a punishment, said Hassan, but Shams al-Din insisted that he must be strangled. While all this was going on, the carpenter was preparing the wood before his eyes. This went on until nightfall, when Shams al-Din took Hassan and threw him into the box, saying, "The execution will take place tomorrow." He then waited until he was sure that Hassan was asleep, when he got up, lifted the chest and, after mounting his horse, he placed the box in front of him. He entered the city and rode on until he came to his house. To his daughter, Sitt al-Husn, he said, "Praise be to God who has reunited you with your cousin. Get up and arrange the furnishings of the house as they were on your wedding night." The household was roused and the candles were lit, while Shams al-Din produced the paper on which he had drawn a plan showing how the furniture was to be arranged. Everything was put in its place, so that anyone looking at it would be in no doubt that this was as it had been on the actual wedding night. Shams al-Din gave instructions that Hassan's turban should be placed where he himself had left it, as should his trousers and the purse that was beneath the mattress. He then told his daughter to wear no more than she had been wearing when left alone with her bridegroom on her wedding night. "When your cousin comes in," he said, "tell him that he has been a long time in his visit to the latrine, and then invite him to pass the rest of the night with you. Talk with him until daybreak, and I shall then explain the whole affair to him." Next, he took Hassan out of the chest, having first removed the fetters from his feet. He stripped off the clothes that he was wearing, so that he was left in a thin nightshirt, the clothes that he was wearing, so that he was left in a thin nightshirt with no trousers. The sleeping Hassan knew nothing about what was happening, but, as fate had decreed, he turned over and woke up to find himself in a brilliantly lit hallway. "This is a confused dream," he said to himself, but he then walked a short way to a second door, and, on looking, he found himself in the room in which his bride had been unveiled for him. There was the alcove and the chair, and he could see his turban and his other things. He was astonished at this sight and hesitated, moving forwards and then backwards. "Am I asleep or awake?" he asked himself, wiping his forehead and saying in amazement, "By God, this is the room of the bride who was unveiled for me, but where am I, for I was in a box?" While he was talking to himself, Sitt al-Husn suddenly lifted the bottom of the alcove curtain and said, "Master, are you not going to come in? You have been a long time in the latrine." When he heard her voice and looked at her face, he laughed and said, "I am in a confused dream." He went into the alcove, where he sighed, and, thinking over his experiences, he was filled with confusion, particularly at the sight of the turban, his trousers, and the purse with the 1,000 dinars, and was at a loss to grasp what had happened. "God knows better," he said, "but this is a muddled dream." "What are you so astonished about?" asked Sitt al-Husn. "You weren't like that at the beginning of the night." Hassan laughed and asked, "How long have I been away from you?" "Bless you," she said, "and may the name of God encompass you. You left to attend to yourself and then come back. Are you out of your mind?" Hassan laughed when he heard that and said, "You are right, but when I left you I took leave of my senses in the latrine and dreamt that I was a cook in Damascus and had been there for 10 years, when a boy, a great man's son, came in with a eunuch." At that, he rubbed his hand over his forehead and found a scar on it. "By God, lady," he said, "that almost seems to be true, because he struck me on the forehead and broke the skin, and it seemed as though I was awake at the time." He went on, "It was as though we had just gone to sleep in each other's arms, and then I had this dream and I appeared to have arrived in Damascus with no turban and no trousers and then worked as a cook." After remaining perplexed for a time, he said, "By God, I seemed to see that I had cooked a dish of pomegranate seeds and had put on too little pepper, but I suppose that I must have been asleep in the latrine and I must have seen all this in a dream." "What else did you see?" asked Sitt al-Husn. Hassan told her, and then he said, "By God, if I had not woken up, they would have crucified me." "What for?" she asked. "Because there was too little pepper on the pomegranate seeds," he replied. It seemed as though they had wrecked my shop and broken up my utensils and put me in a box. Then they brought a carpenter to make a cross for me and they were going to garrote me. Thank God that all this happened in a dream and not in real life. Sid al-Husn laughed and clasped him to her breast as he clasped her to his, but then he thought for a while and said, "By God, it seemed as though it was real, but I don't know why that should be." He was still perplexed when he fell asleep, muttering alternately, "I was asleep and I was awake." That went on until morning, when his uncle Shams al-Din came in and greeted him. Hassan looked at him and said, "By God, aren't you the man who ordered me to be tied up and crucified and ordered my shop to be wrecked because there was not enough pepper on the pomegranate seeds?" "No, my son," said Shams al-Din, "that the truth is now seeds." "No, my son," said Shams al-Din, "that the truth is now revealed and what was hidden has been made clear. You are the son of my brother and I only did all this to make sure that it was you who slept with my daughter that night. I could only be certain of this because you recognized the room and recognized your turban and your trousers, your gold, the note that you wrote and the one that your father, my brother, wrote. For I had never seen you before and could not identify you. I have brought your mother with me from Basra." He then threw himself on Hassan in tears. When Hassan heard what his uncle had to say, he was lost in astonishment and, embracing his uncle, he wept from excess of joy. The reason for all this, Shams al-Din told him, was what happened between me and your father. He then told him the story of this and of why Hassan's father, Nur al-Din, had gone to Basra. He sent for Ajib, and when his father saw him, he said, "This is the one who hit me with the stone. He is your son," Shams al-Din told him. Hassan threw himself on the boy and recited these lines. "I have wept over our separation, and for long. Tears have been pouring from my eyes. I vowed, were time to join us once again. My tongue would never speak the word parting. Delight has now launched its attack on me. And my great joy has made me weep." As soon as he had finished speaking, in came his mother, who threw herself on him and recited. On meeting, we complained of the great suffering of which we speak. It is not good to send complaints by messengers. She then told him what had happened to her after he had vanished, and he told her of his own sufferings, and they then gave thanks to God for having reunited them. 2 days after his arrival, Shams al-Din went to the Sultan. On entering, he kissed the ground before him and greeted him with a royal salute. The Sultan, who was glad to see him, smiled at him and told him to come nearer. He then asked him what he had seen in his travels and what had happened to him. Shams al-Din told him the story from beginning to end. "Praise be to God," said the Sultan, "for the achievement of your desire and your safe return to your family and children. I must see your nephew, Hassan of Basra, so bring him to court tomorrow." Shams al-Din agreed to this 1/4 if God Almighty wills, and then took his leave and went out. When he got home he told his nephew that the Sultan wanted to see him. "The servant obeys the order of his master," said Hassan, and he accompanied his uncle to the Sultan's court. When he was in the Sultan's presence, he greeted him with the greatest respect and courtesy, and began to recite. "The one you have ennobled now kisses the ground. A man whose quest has been crowned with success. You are the Lord of glory, those who rest their hope on you obtain what will exalt them in this world." The Sultan smiled, motioning him to sit, and so he took his seat near his uncle, Shams al-Din. The Sultan then asked him his name, to which he replied, "The meanest of your servants is known as Hassan of Basra, and night and day he invokes blessings on you." The Sultan was pleased with what he said and wanted to put his apparent knowledge and good breeding to the test. "Do you remember any poetry that describes a mole?" he asked. "Yes," said Hassan, and he recited. "There is a dear one at the thought of whom my tears fall and I wail aloud. He has a mole in beauty and in color, like the pupil of the eye or the heart's core." The Sultan approved of these lines and courteously asked him to produce more. So he recited. "Many a mole has been compared to a musk grain. But this comparison is not to be admired. Rather, admire the face encompassing all its beauty, so that no single part is missing from the whole. The Sultan rocked with delight and said, "Give me more, may God fill your life with blessing." Hassan then recited, "You, on whose cheek the mole is like a grain of musk set on a ruby. Grant me your union, and do not be harsh. You who are my heart's wish and its nourishment." "Well done, Hassan," said the Sultan. "You have shown great proficiency. Now explain to us how many meanings does the word kul, or
mole,
have in Arabic. 58, was his reply, although some say 50. Correct, said the Sultan, who then asked him if he knew how beauty can be particularized. "Yes," he replied. "It comprises brightness of face, clear skin, a well-shaped nose, sweet eyes, a lovely mouth, a witty tongue, an elegant frame and the qualities of refinement, while its perfection is found in the hair." The poet Al-Shihab al-Hijazi has combined all these in a poem written in the Rajaz meter. Say, brightness is in the face, the skin is clear. Let that be what you see. Beauty is rightly ascribed to the nose, while sweetness is attributed to eyes. Yes, and men talk of mouths as beautiful. Learn this from me, and may you not lack rest. The tongue has wittiness and the frame elegance, whereas refinement lies in the qualities. And perfect loveliness, they say, is in the hair. Listen to my verse, and hold me free from blame." The Sultan was pleased with what Hassan had said and felt well disposed towards him. He then asked him to explain the meaning of the proverbial expression "Shurey is more cunning than the fox." "No, your Majesty," replied Hassan, "may God Almighty aid you, that in the plague days Shurey went to Najaf. Whenever he was going to pray, a fox would come and stand opposite him, imitating what he was doing and distracting him from his prayer. When that had gone on for a long time, one day he took off his shirt and put it on a cane, with its sleeves spread out. He then put his turban on top of the cane, tied a belt around the middle and set it up in the place where he prayed. The fox came up as usual and stood in front of it, at which Shurey came up from behind and seized the animal. This is the explanation of the saying." When the Sultan heard his explanation, he said to Shams al-Din, "This nephew of yours is a man of perfect breeding, and I do not believe that his match is to be found in all Egypt." Hassan rose, kissed the ground before the Sultan, and took his seat like a Mamluk in front of his master, and the Sultan, delighted at having discovered the extent of his knowledge of the liberal arts, gave him a splendid robe of honor and invested him with an office that would help him to live well. Hassan rose and, after kissing the ground again, he prayed for the Sultan's enduring glory, and then asked permission to leave with his uncle Shams al-Din. When this was granted, he left, and he and his uncle returned home. Food was brought, and after they had finished eating a pleasant meal, Hassan went to his wife's apartment and told her what had happened to him in the Sultan's court. She said, "He is bound to make you one of his intimate companions and shower gifts and presents on you. By God's grace, you are like a great light spreading the rays of your perfection, wherever you may be, on land or sea." He said to her, "I want to compose an ode in his honor, so as to increase the love that he feels for me in his heart." "A good idea," she agreed. "Produce good concepts and elegant expressions, and I'm sure that he will find your poem acceptable." Hassan then went off by himself and wrote some well-formed and elegantly expressed lines. They ran as follows. "I have a heroic patron, soaring to the heights of greatness, and treading on the path of generous and noble men. His justice brings security to every land, and for his enemies he has barred the path. He is a lion, pious and astute. If you call him king or angel, he is both. Those who ask him for favors are sent back rich. There are no words to sum him up. On the day of generosity, he is the shining dawn, while on the day of battle, he is darkest night. Our necks are fettered with his generosity, and by his favors he masters the freeborn. God grant us that he may enjoy long life, defending him from all that may bring harm. When he had finished composing this piece, he sent it to the Sultan with one of his uncle's slaves. The Sultan studied it with delight and read it out to those who were in attendance on him. They were enthusiastic in their praise, and the Sultan summoned Hassan and told him when he came, "From this day on, you are my intimate companion, and I have decreed for you a monthly allowance of 1,000 dirhams, in addition to what I have already assigned you." Hassan rose and thrice kissed the ground before the Sultan, praying for his lasting glory and long life. From then on, he enjoyed lofty status, his fame spread throughout the lands, and he lived in the greatest comfort and ease with his uncle and his family until he was overtaken by death. When Harun al-Rashid heard this story from Ja'far, he was astonished and said, "These accounts should be written down in letters of gold." He then freed the slave and provided the young man with a monthly allowance to allow him to live in comfort. He also gave him one of his own concubines and enrolled him among his intimates. This tale, however, is not more wonderful than the story of what happened in the case of the tailor, the hunchback, the Jew, the inspector, and the Christian. "What was that?" asked the king, and Shahrazad explained. "I have heard, O fortunate king, that once upon a time, in the old days, in the city of China there lived a tailor, an open-handed man with a liking for pleasure and entertainment. He used to go out with his wife from time to time to see the sights. One afternoon, the two of them went early and came back home towards evening. On their way home, they found a hunchback whose strange appearance would raise a laugh even from a man who had been cheated in a bargain, and which would dispel the grief of the sad. The tailor and his wife went over to look at him, and they then invited him to come home with them to keep them company that night. He agreed and accompanied them. Night had now fallen and the tailor went off to the market, where he bought a fried fish, together with bread, lemons, and a milky dessert. On returning, he set the fish before the hunchback and they ate. His wife then took a large bit of fish and crammed it into her guest's mouth, which she covered with her hand, telling him that he had to swallow it in one gulp. "And I shall not allow you time to chew it?" The hunchback: "In one gulp." "And I shall not allow you time to chew it?" The hunchback did swallow it, but it contained a solid bone which stuck in his throat, and, his allotted span having come to an end, he died. Morning now dawned and Shahrazad broke off from what she had been allowed to say. Then, when it was the 25th night, she continued, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that when the tailor's wife gave the hunchback a mouthful of fish to eat, as his allotted span had ended, he died instantly." "There are no might and no power except with God," exclaimed the tailor. "Poor man, that he should die like this at our hands. Why are you wasting time?" said his wife. "Haven't you heard what the poet says? Why do I try to console myself with the impossible, when I have never met a friend to bear my sorrows? How can one sit on a fire before it is put out? To sit on fire brings harm." "What am I to do?" asked her husband. "Get up," she said. "Carry the man in your arms and spread a silk covering over him. We must do this tonight, and I shall go in front, with you following behind. You are to say,
'This is my son and this is his mother, and we are taking him to see the doctor.'"
On hearing this, the tailor got up and carried the hunchback in his arms, while his wife kept saying, "My son, may you recover. What is paining you and where are the symptoms of smallpox showing?" Everyone who saw them said, "These people have a child with smallpox." They continued on their way, asking for the doctor's house, until they were directed to the house of a Jewish physician. They knocked on the door and down came a black slave girl, who opened it. When she saw a man carrying a child and accompanied by a woman, she asked, "What's the matter?" The tailor's wife replied, "We have a child with us and we would like the doctor to have a look at him. Take this quarter dinar, give it to your master, and let him come down to see my sick son." The girl went up and the tailor's wife came through the door and said to her husband, "Leave the hunchback here and then let's make our escape." The tailor agreed, and propping the hunchback against the wall, he and his wife made off. The slave girl went to the Jew and told him, "There is someone at the door with a sick person. His wife is with him and he has handed me a quarter dinar for you to go down to look at him and to prescribe something suitable." The Jew, delighted to see the money, got up quickly and went off in the dark, but as soon as he put his foot down, he stumbled over the corpse. "O Ezra," he cried. "O Moses and the 10 Commandments. O Aaron and Joshua, son of Nun. I seem to have stumbled over this sick man and he has fallen down the stairs and died. How can I get the corpse out of my house?" He carried it inside and told his wife what had happened. She said, "Why are you sitting there? If you wait until daybreak, then both you and I will lose our lives. We have to take him up to the roof and drop him into the house of our neighbor, the Muslim. As he is an inspector in charge of the king's kitchens, he often brings home fat, which the cats and the rats eat. If the corpse is left there overnight, the dogs will come down from the roofs and drag it off, for they do a great deal of damage to all the stuff that he brings home. So the Jew and his wife went up to their roof, carrying the hunchback, and they then lowered him to the ground by his arms and legs, leaving him by the wall, before going off. No sooner had they done this than the inspector came home, opened the door and went up, carrying a lighted candle. He noticed a man standing in the corner under the ventilation shaft. "By God," he exclaimed. "This is a fine thing. It must have been a man who has been stealing my stores." Turning to the corpse, he said, "It was you who has been stealing the meat and the fat, when I thought it was the cats and dogs of the neighborhood. I have put myself in the wrong by killing them, when all the time it was you, coming down from the roof." He took up a large hammer and, brandishing it, he went up to the corpse and struck it on the breast. When he found that the man was dead, he was moved with grief, and, fearing for his own life, he exclaimed, "There is no might and no power except with God Almighty. May God curse the fat and the sheep's tail." He then added, "How was it that I brought this man's life to an end with my own hand?" The inspector looked at his victim and found that he was a hunchback. "Wasn't it enough for you to be a hunchback," he asked, "that you had to become a thief and steal meat and fat? O God, the shelterer, cloak me with your gracious covering." He then hoisted the corpse onto his shoulders as the night was ending and took it out of his house. He continued to carry it until he reached the edge of the market, where he propped it up at the side of a shop at the head of an alley. He then left the corpse and made off. A Christian, the king's broker, was the next to appear on the scene. He was drunk and had come out to go to the baths, realizing, in his drunkenness, that it was nearly time for matins. He went on, staggering as he walked, until, when he was near the corpse, he squatted down to urinate. Then, casting a sideways glance, he saw someone standing there. As it happened, at the beginning of that night his turban had been stolen, and when he saw the hunchback leaning against the wall, he imagined the man meant to steal the one that he now had on. So he balled his fist and struck the hunchback on the neck, felling him to the ground. He called to the market watchman, and then, in the excess of his drunkenness, he set about belabouring the corpse and trying to strangle it. The watchman came up and found the Christian kneeling on the Muslim and hitting him. "What has he done?" he asked. The Christian said, "He wanted to steal my turban. Get away from him," ordered the watchman, and when the Christian had got up, he went to the hunchback and found him dead. "By God," he said, "this is a fine thing, a Christian killing a Muslim," and after having tied the Christian's hands, he took him to the house of the Wali. All the while the Christian was saying to himself, "O Messiah, O Holy Virgin, how could I have killed this man, and how quickly he died from a single blow." Drunkenness vanished, to be replaced by care, and the Christian together with the hunchback spent the rest of the night until morning in the Wali's house. In the morning, the Wali sentenced the killer to be hanged. The executioner was ordered to proclaim his crime, a gallows was set up under which the Christian was made to stand, and the executioner came and put a rope around his neck. He was on the point of hanging him when the inspector made his way through the crowd. When he saw the Christian about to be hanged, he cleared a way for himself and then said, "Don't do it, it was I who killed him." "Why did you do that?" asked the volley. "I came home last night," he said, "and found that he had come down through the ventilation shaft and had stolen my goods, so I struck him on the chest with a hammer and he died. I carried him off to the market and propped him up in a lane nearby." He added, "Is it not enough for me to have killed a Muslim that I should kill a Christian as well? I am the one to be hanged." On hearing this, the volley freed the Christian and told the executioner to hang the inspector on his own confession. The executioner took the rope from the neck of the king's broker and put it round that of the inspector, who was made to stand under the gallows. He was about to be hanged when, all of a sudden, the Jewish doctor came through the crowd, shouting to them and to the executioner, "Don't do it. It was I and I alone who killed him. I was at home last night when a man and a woman knocked at my door bringing with them this hunchback, who was sick. They gave my servant girl a quarter of a dinar. She told me about them and handed me the money, but it turned out that the pair had brought the hunchback into the house, left him on the stairs and gone off. I came down to look at him, but in the darkness I tripped over him and he fell down to the bottom of the stairs, killing himself on the spot. My wife and I carried him up to the roof and lowered him into the ventilation shaft of this inspector, who lives next door to us. The man was dead, but when the inspector came and found him in his house, he took him for a thief and struck him with a hammer so that he fell to the ground, leaving the inspector to think that he had killed him. Isn't it enough for me to have unknowingly killed one Muslim that I should knowingly be responsible for the death of another?" When the volley heard this, he told the executioner to release the inspector and to hang the Jew. The executioner took him and put the rope round his neck, but at that the tailor came through the crowd and told him to stop. "It was I and I alone who killed the man. Yesterday I went out to see the sights, and in the evening I met this hunchback, drunk and singing at the top of his voice to his tambourine. I invited him home and bought a fish, which we sat down to eat. My wife took a piece of it and making it into a mouthful, she crammed it into his gullet where a bit of it stuck, killing him instantly. Then my wife and I took him to the Jew's house. The servant girl came down and opened the door for us, and I told her to tell her master that a woman and a man were at the door with a sick person and to ask him to come and look at him. I gave her a quarter of a dinar, and while she went up to her master, I carried the hunchback to the head of the stairs and propped him up there, after which my wife and I went away. The Jew came down and tripped over the hunchback and thought that he had killed him. Is that right? He asked the Jew. Yes, said the Jew, at which the tailor turned to the volley and said, Release the Jew and hang me. When the volley heard what he had to say, he was astonished by the whole affair, which he said should be recorded in books. Then he told the executioner to release the Jew and to hang the tailor on his own confession. I'm tired of this, complained the executioner. I bring one man forward and put another one back and no one gets hanged. Then he put the rope round the tailor's neck. So much for these people, but as for the hunchback, the story goes that he was the king's fool and that the king could not bear to be parted from him. After getting drunk, he had left the king and had been away all night. As he was still not back by midday the next day, the king asked some of his courtiers about him, and they replied, Master, his dead body was brought to the volley, who ordered his killer to be hanged. Then a second and a third person arrived, each of them claiming to have killed him and each telling the volley the reason for it. When the king heard this, he called to his chamberlain, telling him to go to the volley and to fetch him all those concerned. When the chamberlain went there, he found the executioner about to hang the tailor. Don't do it, he shouted, and he told the volley what the king had said. He then brought everyone, the volley, the tailor, the Jew, the Christian and the inspector, and had the corpse of the hunchback carried along with them. When the volley stood before the king, he kissed the ground and told him what had happened to each of them 1/4, but there is nothing to be gained from repetition. The king himself was filled with amazement and delights at the story, and gave orders that it should be recorded in letters of gold. He then asked those present whether they had ever heard anything more astonishing than the story of that hunchback. At that, the Christian came forward and said, "Your Majesty, if you give me leave, I will tell you of something that happened to me which was more remarkable, stranger, and more entertaining than the story of the hunchback." When the king told him to produce his story, he said, "King of the age, I came to these lands as a trader, and it was fate that brought me to you. I was born in Cairo and am a Karen Copt. I was brought up there, and my father was a broker. He died when I had reached manhood, and I took his place as a broker. One day when I was sitting there, up came a most handsome young man, wearing splendid clothes and riding on a donkey. When he saw me, he greeted me, and I rose as a mark of respect. He then produced a kerchief in which there was a quantity of sesame. 'How much would an ardab of this be worth?' he asked. 100 dirhams, I replied. 'Bring donkey men and grain measurers and go to Bab al-Nasr and then on to Khan al-Jawala, where you will find me,' he instructed. He then went on his way, leaving me with the kerchief containing the sample. I went round the buyers and got a price of 120 dirhams for an ardab, after which I took 4 donkey men and went to find the young man waiting for me. When he saw me, he went to the storeroom, opened it and cleared out its contents. We measured them and they amounted to 50 ardabs, totaling 5,000 dirhams. The young man told me, "You can have 10 dirhams in every ardab as your brokerage fee, so take the fee and keep 4,500 dirhams for me. When I have finished selling my goods, I will come and collect it." I agreed to this, kissed his hand and left him, having made a total profit of 1,000 dirhams that day. After a month's absence, the young man turned up and asked me for his money. I got up and, after greeting him, I asked if he would care to have something to eat in my house, but he refused and told me to have the money ready so that he could go off and collect it on his return. He then left and I fetched the money and sat waiting for him. He stayed away for a month, and then when he came back, he asked where it was. I got up, greeted him and again invited him to eat with me, but again he refused and told me to have the money ready for him to take when he returned. When he had gone, I went and fetched it and sat waiting for him, and again he stayed away for a month. "This young man," I said, "is the perfection of liberality." A month later, he came riding on a mule, splendidly dressed and looking like the moon on the night when it comes to the full. It seemed as though he had emerged from the baths, with his face like the moon, red cheeks, radiant brow, and a mole like a speck of ambergris, as the poet says. Sun and moon have met in the same zodiac sign, rising with supreme beauty and good fortune. This beauty shows us why men envy them. How lovely they are when the call of joy rings out. Beauty and grace complete their charms, which intelligence adorns and modesty distinguishes. God be praised, how wonderful is His creation. His wishes with regard to His creation are what He carries out. When I saw him, I got up, kissed his hand and called down blessings on him. "Sir," I said, "are you not going to take your money? What's the hurry?" he asked. "I shall finish my business and then take it from you," after which he turned away. "By God," I said, "when he comes next, I must offer him hospitality because I have made a fortune out of trading with his dirhams." It was at the end of the year that he came, wearing clothes even more splendid than before, and I swore to him that he had to stay with me and taste my hospitality. "On condition that whatever you spend on me comes out of the money that you are holding for me," he replied. I agreed to this and made him sit down, while I went and prepared the necessary food, drink, and so on, which I then presented to him, inviting him to eat in the name of God. He went to the table and stretched out him to eat in the name of God. He went to the table and stretched out his left hand, after which he ate with me. This surprised me, and when we had finished, I washed his hand and gave him something to dry it with. We then sat down to talk, after I had offered him some sweetmeats. "Sir," I said to him, you would relieve me of a worry were you to tell me why you ate with your left hand. Is there perhaps something in your other hand that causes you pain? When he heard this, he recited, Friend, do not ask what burns within my heart, lest you should bring to light my sickness. Not of my own free will have I kept company with Salma in place of Lila, but necessity has its own laws. He then took out his right arm from his sleeve, and there I could see that the hand had been amputated from the arm. This astonished me, but he told me, Don't be astonished, and don't say to yourself that it was out of pride that I used my left hand to eat with you. There is a remarkable reason for the loss of my right hand. When I asked him what that was, he explained, You must know that I come from Baghdad and my father was one of the leading men of that city. When I grew up, I heard pilgrims, travelers, and merchants talking about Egypt. That made a lasting impression on me, and so when my father died, I took a large quantity of money and prepared trade goods, consisting of fabrics from Baghdad and Mosul, all of which I loaded up before setting out. As God had decreed, I arrived safely in the city of yours. Here the young man broke into tears and recited, The blind man may escape a pit, in which the man of keen sight will be trapped. The ignorant may not be injured by a word that brings destruction on learned and clever men. A believer may find it hard to earn his daily bread, unlike the unbeliever and the libertine. Of what use are man's actions and his schemes? What happens is what fate decrees for him. When he had finished his recitation, he went on. I entered Cairo, where I set down my goods at Khan Masrar, undoing the bales and stowing them away there. I gave my servant money to buy us something to eat, and I then had a short nap. When I got up, I walked down Bain al-Khazrain street, and then came back and passed the night in my lodgings. In the morning I opened up a bale and thought to myself that I would go through some of the markets to see what conditions were like. So I selected some fabrics, giving them to a number of my slaves to carry, and I went as far as the covered market of Jurgis, where the brokers, who had learned of my arrival, came to meet me. They took my goods and tried to auction them, but I was saddened to find that they failed to reach their capital cost. The senior auctioneer told me, I can give you useful advice. Do what the merchants do and sell your goods on credit for a fixed term of months, using a scribe, an inspector, and a money changer. You will get your money every Monday and Thursday, for each of your dirhams you will get back two, and what is more, you will be able to enjoy the sights of Cairo and the Nile. That is a sound idea, I said, so I took the brokers with me and went to the Khan. They took my goods to the covered market, where I had a deed of sale prepared, giving the price. I took the document to a money changer from whom I got a receipt, and after that I went back to the Khan. There I stayed for a period of days, breakfasting every day on a glass of wine, mutton, and sweetmeats. This went on until the month when the money was due, and then I would go every Monday and Thursday to the covered market and sit by the merchants' shops. The money changer and the scribe would bring me what was due from the merchants until it was past the time for the afternoon prayer. I would then count it out, set my seal on its container and take it off with me to the Khan. One Monday, after a visit to the baths, I went back to the Khan and entered my room, where I broke my fast with a glass of wine. Then I fell asleep and, on waking, I ate a chicken. After perfuming myself, I went to the shop of a merchant called Badr al-Din al-Bustani. When he saw me, he greeted me and chatted with me for a time until the market opened. Just then, onto the scene came a woman with a proud carriage and a haughty gait. She wore a head covering of extraordinary beauty, different perfumes wafting from her, and when she raised her veil, I found myself looking into her black eyes. She greeted Badr al-Din, who returned her greeting and got up to talk with her. When I heard her voice, love for her took hold of my heart. "Have you a piece of embroidered silk decorated with hunting scenes?" she asked Badr al-Din, and he brought out for her one of the ones that he had bought from me, and he sold it to her for 1,200 dirhams. "I'll take it now," she said, "and send you the money later." "I can't wait for it," he said, for here is the owner of the material and I owe him a share in the sale. Bad luck to you, she replied. I am in the habit of buying quantities of material from you for high prices, giving more than you ask and sending material from you for high prices, giving more than you ask and sending you the money. Agreed, he said, but I have to have it today. She then took the piece and threw it at him, saying, people like you don't know how to value anyone. She then rose to leave and, thinking that my soul was going with her, I got up and stopped her, saying, lady, as a favor to me, be generous enough to retrace your steps. She turned back, smiling, and said, it is for your sake that I have come back. She took a seat opposite me in the shop and I asked Badr al-Din for what price the piece had been sold to him. 1100 dirhams, he said. You can have 100 dirhams profit, I told him. Bring me a piece of paper and I shall write down its price. I then took the material and wrote a receipt for Badr al-Din in my own hand, after which I gave the material to the lady and said, take it with you, and if you like, you can pay me for it next market day, or, if you prefer, take it as a guest gift from me. May God give you a good reward, she said, endowing you with my wealth and making you my husband. 1/4 a prayer which was accepted by God. Then I said to her, lady, accept this piece of silk and you can have another like it, but let me see your face. One glance at this was followed by 1,000 sighs, and love for her was fixed so firmly in my heart that I took leave of my senses. She then lowered her veil, took the silk and said, sir, do not leave me desolate, after which she turned away. I sat in the covered market until after the afternoon prayer, out of my mind thanks to the domination of love. Consumed by the violence of this passion, I got up and asked Badr al-Din about the lady. He told me that she was a wealthy woman, the daughter of an emir who had died, leaving her a large amount of money. I then left him and went off back to the Khan. When supper came, I was unable to eat anything for thinking of her. When I tried to sleep, sleep would not come, and I remained wakeful until morning. I then got up, changed into different clothes, drank a glass of wine and had a small breakfast, after which I went to Badr al-Din's shop. I greeted him and sat with him, and then the lady came as usual, dressed more splendidly than before and accompanied by a maid. She greeted me and not Badr al-Din, and then, speaking eloquently in as sweet and delightful a voice as I had ever heard, she said, send someone with me to take the 1200 dirhams, the price of the silk. What is the hurry? I asked. May we never be deprived of you, she replied, and she then paid over the purchase price to me. I sat talking to her and my gestures led her to understand that I wanted union with her. At this, she got up hurriedly and shied away from me, leaving my heart caught in her toils. I followed her out of the market and was suddenly confronted by a servant girl, who said, Master, come and speak to my mistress. Taken aback, I replied, there is nobody here who knows me. She replied, how quickly you have forgotten her. 1/4 my lady, who was at the shop of Badr al-Din, the merchant, today, and I then walked with her to the money changer. When the lady saw me, she brought me over to her side and said, my darling, you have been in my thoughts, and love for you has taken possession of my heart. Since the moment that I saw you I have not been able to enjoy sleep or food or drink. I suffered twice as much, I replied, and my present condition speaks for itself without needing to voice it. My darling, she asked, shall it be your house or mine? I am a stranger, I replied, and I have no place to go except the Khan, so if you would be so good, let it be with you. Yes, she said, but this is Friday night and so there is nothing to be done until tomorrow after prayers. When you have prayed, get on your donkey and ask for the Habaniya quarter. Then, when you get there, ask for the house of Barakat the Nakib, who is known as Abu Shama, for that is where I am living. Don't be late, for I shall be expecting you. I was overjoyed at this. We parted and I went to my Khan, where I spent a sleepless night. As soon as dawn had broken, I got up, changed my clothes, perfumed and scented myself and, taking with me 50 dinars wrapped up in a kerchief, I walked from Khan Masrar to Babzuwala. There I got on a donkey and told its owner to take me to the Havaniya quarter. He set off instantly, and in no time he had come to a street called Darb al-Munkari. I told him to go into the street and ask for the house of the Nakib. He was only away for a short time before coming back to tell me to dismount. I asked him to lead the way to the house, and then I said, "Come for me here tomorrow morning and take me back." When he had agreed to this, I gave him a quarter of a dinar and, after taking it, he went off. I then knocked at the door and out came two young girls with swelling breasts, virgins like moons. "Come in," they said. "Our mistress is expecting you, and she did not sleep last night, so pleased was she with you." I entered a vaulted hall with 7 doors, round which were windows overlooking a garden with fruits of all kinds, gushing waters, and singing birds. The walls were treated with sultani gypsum in which a man could see his own face, while the ceiling was ornamented with gold, showing inscriptions in lapis lazuli, encompassing all the qualities of beauty and dazzling those who looked at it. The floor was laid with variegated marble and strewn with carpets, colored silks and mattresses, while in the center was a fountain, at whose corners were birds made of pearls and other gems. I entered and sat down. Morning now dawned and Shahrazad broke off from what she had been allowed to say. Then, when it was the 26th night, she continued. I have heard, O auspicious king, that the young merchant told the Christian. When I entered and sat down, before I knew it, the lady had come forward, ornamented with henna and wearing a crown studded with pearls and other gems. When she saw me, she smiled at me, hugged me to her breast, and setting her mouth on mine she started to suck my tongue as I sucked hers. "Have you really come to me?" she said. "I am your slave," I replied. She said, "You are welcome. From the day that I saw you, I have enjoyed neither sleep nor food." "It is the same with me," I told her, and we sat and talked, while I kept my head bent downwards out of bashfulness. It was not long before she produced a meal with the most splendid of foods, ragoos, and meats fried with honey, together with stuffed chickens. We both ate until we had had enough, and the servants then brought me a bowl and a jug. I washed my hands and we used musk-infused rosewater to perfume ourselves, after which we sat talking. She then recited these lines. "Had I known of your coming, I would have spread out my heart's blood and the pupils of my eyes. I would have strewn my cheeks to welcome you, so that you might have walked on my eyelids." She kept telling me of her sufferings, while I told her of mine, and her love had so strong a grip on me that all my wealth was as nothing beside it. We then started to play, dallying with each other and exchanging kisses until nightfall. At this point, the maids produced us a complete meal with food and wine, and we drank until midnight, when we went to bed. I slept with her until morning, and never in my life have I experienced a night like that. In the morning I got up and threw the kerchief with the dinars under the bed for her. I then said goodbye and went out, leaving her in tears. "Sir," she said, "when shall I see this handsome face again?" "I shall be with you in the evening," I replied. When I left, I met the donkey man who had brought me there the day before. He was standing at the door waiting for me, and so I got on the donkey and went with him to Khan Masrar, where I dismounted and gave him half a dinar. "Come at sunset," I told him, and he agreed. I then had breakfast and went out to collect the money for my goods. I prepared a roast lamb for the lady and took some sweetmeats, after which I summoned a porter, put the food in his basket and paid him his hire, before going back to my own affairs, tending to them until sunset. The donkey man turned up, and taking 50 dinars in a kerchief, I went to the lady's house, where I found that the servants had washed down the marble, polished the brass, filled the lamps and lit the candles, as well as making ready the food and straining the wine. When the lady saw me, she threw her arms around my neck and said, "You left me desolate." The meal was then produced and we ate our fill, after which the maids cleared away the table and brought out the wine. We went on drinking until midnight, and then we went to the bedroom and slept until morning. Then I got up, gave her the 50 dinars as before and left. The donkey man was there and I rode to the khan, where I slept for an hour. After getting up, I made preparations for the evening meal, getting ready walnuts and almonds on a bed of peppered rice, together with fried colocasia roots, and I bought fruits, fresh and dried, as well as sweet-smelling flowers. When I had sent these off, I went back to the khan, and later I rode as usual with the donkey man to the house, taking 50 dinars wrapped in a kerchief. After I had entered, we ate, drank, and then slept until morning, when I got up, gave the lady the kerchief and then rode back as usual to the khan. Things went on like this for a time, until I woke up one morning and found that I had no money left at all. The devil has done this, I said to myself, and I recited these lines. When the rich man becomes poor, his splendor goes. Just as the setting sun turns pale. If he is absent, no one talks of him. When present, he has no standing in his clan. He walks through the markets covering his face. While in the desert he sheds copious tears. By God, he may be with his own people. But even so, the poor man is a stranger. I went out of the khan and walked up Bain al-Khazrain street, going on until I reached Bab Zuwayla. There I found a great crowd of people blocking the gate. As was fated, I saw a soldier and jostled him unintentionally. I touched his pocket with my hand, and on feeling it, I discovered that my fingers were resting on a purse there. Realizing that this was within my grasp, I removed it, but the soldier felt that his pocket had become lighter, and when he put his hand into it, he found it empty. He turned towards me, lifted his club and struck me on the head, knocking me to the ground. I was surrounded by people, who held on to the bridle of the man's horse, exclaiming, "Do you strike this young man like that because you have been jostled? He's a damned thief," the soldier shouted at them. I then came to my senses and found people saying, "This is a handsome young man and he has not taken anything." Some of them believed this but others did not, and there was a great deal of argument. People were pulling me and wanting to free me from the soldier but, as fate had decreed, the Wali, the police chief and his men came through the gate and found the people crowding around me and the soldier. When the Wali asked what the trouble was, the soldier said, "Sir, this man is a thief. I had in my pocket a blue purse with 20 dinars in it and while I was stuck in the crush, he took it." The Wali asked whether there had been anyone with him. "No," he said, and the Wali shouted to his police chief, who laid hold of me, leaving me no place to hide. "Strip him," ordered the Wali, and when they did, they found the purse in my clothes. The Wali took it, opened it, and when he counted the money, he found in it 20 dinars, just as the soldier had said. He shouted angrily to the guards, who brought me before him. "Tell the truth, young man," he said. "Did you steal this purse?" I hung my head and said to myself, "I can say that I didn't steal it, but it has been found on me, and yet, if I confess that I did steal it, then I am in trouble." So I raised my head and said, "Yes, I took it." The Wali was astonished when he heard me say this and he called for witnesses who, when they came, testified to what I had said. All this was happening by the Zuwayla gate. The Wali then gave orders to the executioner, who cut off my right hand. Afterwards the soldier felt pity for me and, thanks to his intercession, the Wali left me and went on his way. The people stayed around me and gave me a glass of wine, while the soldier gave me his purse, saying, "You are a handsome young man and you should not be a thief." I recited the lines. "By God, I am no robber, my trusty friend. And neither am I a thief, O best of men. The misfortunes of time cast me down suddenly. As my cares, temptation and poverty increased. It was not you but God who shot the arrow that struck the royal crown from off my head." After he had given me the purse, the soldier left me, while I went off myself, after wrapping my hand in a scrap of cloth and putting it inside the front of my clothes. I wasn't feeling well and I had turned pale as the result of my experience. I walked unsteadily to the lady's house, where I threw myself down on the bed. The lady looked at my altered color and asked, "What is paining you? Why do I see that your manner has changed?" "I have a headache," I replied, "and I'm not well." She was distressed and disturbed on my behalf. "Don't distress me," she said, "but sit up, raise your head and tell me what has happened to you today, as it is clear from your face that you have a tale to tell." "Please don't talk," I said, but she wept and said, "I fear that you have finished with me, for I can see that you are not your usual self." I kept silent, and although she went on talking, I made no reply. This went on until nightfall, when she brought me food, but I would not eat it lest she see me eating with my left hand. "I don't want to eat just now," I told her, but she persisted. "Tell me what happened to you today, and why you are careworn and broken-hearted." "I shall tell you soon in my own time," I said. Then she brought me wine and said, "Take this, for it will remove your cares. You have to drink and then you can tell me your news." "Must I really tell you?" I asked. "Yes," she replied. "If that is so," I said, "then give me to drink with your own hand." She filled a glass and drank it and then filled it again and handed it to me. I took it from her with my left hand and, with tears pouring from my eyes, I recited, "When God wills some fate to befall a man 1/4. A man of intelligence, having all his senses 1/4. He deafens him and blinds his heart, drawing out his intelligence as one pulls a hair. When what he has decreed then comes to pass, he gives it back that its owner may take note." On finishing these lines, I took the glass in my left hand and wept. She gave a loud shriek and asked, "Why are you weeping, and so distressing me? Why did you take the glass in your left hand?" "I have a boil on my right hand," I said. "Show it to me," she said, "and I will burst it for you." "It's not ready for that," I said, adding, "Don't pester me, for I'm not going to show it to you yet." I then drank the glass, and she went on pouring out wine for me, until I was overcome by drunkenness and fell asleep on the spot. She then looked and saw an arm without a hand. On searching me, she found the purse with the gold. She felt more grief than anyone had ever experienced before, and the pain of this grief for me stayed with her until morning. When I woke up, I found that she had prepared me a dish of 4 boiled chickens, and she gave me a glass of wine. I ate and drank and then laid down the purse and was about to go out, when she said, "Where are you going?" "To wherever it may be," I replied. "Don't go," she said, "but sit down." I did as she said, and she asked, "Have you loved me so much that you have spent all your money and lost your hand? I take you as my witness 1/4, and God is the truest witness 1/4, that I shall never leave you, and you shall see that what I say is true." Then she sent for the notaries, and when they came she said, "Draw up a marriage contract for me and this young man and bear witness that I have already received my dowry." They did as they were told, and then she said, "Bear witness that all my wealth, which is in this chest, and that all my slaves and servant girls are his property." This they did, and I accepted the transfer of ownership, after which they took their fee and left. She then took me by the hand and led me to a closet, where she opened a large chest, telling me to look at its contents. I looked and saw that it was full of kerchiefs. "This is your money which I took from you, for all the kerchiefs that you gave me, each with its 50 dinars, I put together and dropped into this chest. Take your money, for it has been returned to you, and today you have become a great man. It was because of me that you became a victim of fate and lost your hand. For this I can of me that you became a victim of fate and lost your hand. For this I can make you no fair return, as even if I gave my life, it would not be enough by way of repayment." Then she added, "Take charge of your wealth," and so I transferred what was in her chest to mine and added my money to what I had given her. I was filled with joy, my cares left me, and I got up, kissed her and thanked her. "You have given your hand out of love for me," she said, "so how can I repay you?" And she repeated, "If I gave my life in love for you, it would not be enough and I would not have settled the debt that I owe you." Then she made over to me by formal deed all that she owned, dresses, jewelry, and everything else. She spent the night with me, distressed by my own distress, until I told her all that had happened to me. After we had had less than a month together, she became very sick, and her illness intensified, until after only 50 days she was removed to the next world. I made the funeral preparations for her, buried her, arranged for the Quran to be recited over her grave and distributed money and alms in her name, after which I went away from her tomb. I then found out that she had left a huge store of money, together with properties and estates, and among the storehouses was one filled with sesame, some of which I sold to you. I have been too busy to settle with you over this period because I have been selling off the rest of the goods, together with everything that was in the storehouses, and up till now I have not finished collecting the purchase price. As for you, you must not refuse what I propose. I have eaten your food, and so I make you a present of the price of the sesame that you have with you. You now know why my right hand was cut off and why I eat with my left. You have done me a very great kindness, I said. The young merchant, you have done me a very great kindness, I said. The young merchant then asked, would you like to go with me to my own country? I have bought trade goods from Cairo and Alexandria, so will you come? I agreed to this and arranged to meet him on the first day of the next month. I then sold all that I had and used the price to buy more trade goods, after which the young man and I traveled to this country of yours. The young man sold his goods, bought replacement stock and went back to Egypt, while it was my fate to be sitting here tonight when all this happened to me, a stranger. Is this not more remarkable than the story of the hunchback, O king of the age? The king replied, I must very certainly hang you all. Morning now dawned and Shahrazad broke off from what she had been allowed to say. Then, when it was the 27th night, she continued. I have heard, O auspicious king, that the king replied, I must very certainly hang you all. At that, the king's inspector came forward and said, with your permission, I will tell you a story of what happened to me just before I found this hunchback. If it is more remarkable than the previous tale, will you spare all our lives? The king agreed, and the inspector went on. You must know, your majesty, that last night I was with a group who had organized a recitation of the Quran, for which the faqirs had been brought together. When the reciters had performed their task and finished, a table was set out, and among the foods that were produced was a dish made with sugar, almonds, and vinegar. We came forward to eat, but one of our numbers held back and refused to join in. We urged him, but he swore that he would not eat any of it, and when we pressed him, he said, don't force me. What happened to me the last time I ate this is enough for me, and he recited, shoulder your belongings and be on your way. If you like this coal, anoint yourself with it. When he had finished speaking, we urged him to tell us why he had refused the dish. If I have to eat it, he said, I can only do that after I have washed my hands 40 times with soap, 40 times with potash and 40 times with galangale, that is, a total of 120 times. At that, our host gave orders to his servants, who brought water and the other things for which he had asked, after which he washed his hands as I have described. He then came reluctantly, sat down, and stretched out his hand, apparently in fear, plunged it into the dish and started to force himself to eat, filling us with surprise. His hand was shaking, and when he raised it up, we could see that the thumb was missing and that he was eating with 4 fingers. We asked what had happened to his thumb, whether he had been born like that or whether he had suffered an accident. Brothers, he replied, it is not only this thumb, but the other one as well, together with both my big toes. Wait till you see. He then uncovered his left hand, and we found that it was like the right, and similarly that the big toes were missing from his feet. This sight added to our astonishment, and we told him that we could not wait to hear his story, the reason for his mutilation, and why he washed his hands 120 times. He began. Know that my father was one of the leading merchants of Baghdad in the days of Harun al-Rashid, and he was passionately fond of drinking wine and listening to the lute and other musical instruments. As a result, on his death he had nothing to leave. I arranged for the funeral and had the Quran recited over his grave. After a period of mourning, I opened up his shop, but I found that there was very little there and that he was in debt. I placated his creditors and persuaded them to wait, after which I started to trade, making them a weekly payment. Things went on like this for a time until I had paid off the debts and had added to my capital. Then one day as I was sitting there, before I knew what was happening, a girl appeared, wearing jewelry and fine clothes, riding on a mule, with one slave in front of her and another behind. I had never seen anything more lovely. She halted the mule at the entrance to the covered market and went in, with her eunuch following and protesting, "Come out, my lady, and don't let anyone know, lest we find ourselves in the fire." He stood guarding her from sight as she looked at the merchants' shops, of which, as she found, mine was the only one open. She walked in, with the eunuch behind her, and sat down. The girl greeted me in the loveliest and sweetest voice that I had ever heard, and when she uncovered her face, I saw that she was as radiant as the moon. The glance that I threw her was followed by 1,000 sighs, and love for her became fixed in my heart. Looking again and again at her face, I recited, "Say to the lovely girl in the veil of the ring-dove's coloring, it is certain that only death will relieve me from the torture you. It is certain that only death will relieve me from the torture you inflict. Grant me union, that may perhaps give me life. Here is my hand stretched to you, hoping for bounty." On hearing this, she replied, "I cannot bear the pangs of love, but may you find relief. Whereas my heart loves none but you. If my eyes look at any loveliness but yours, may this parting lead to no delight. I have sworn an oath never to forget your love. My heart is sad, though proud that we once met. Passion has poured a brimming glass of love. Would that it poured for you what it has poured for me. Take my corpse with you on your travels. And where you halt, bury me facing you. Call my name by my grave, and then my bones will groan in answer when they hear your call. If I were asked what I desire from God, I would reply, His favor, merciful is He, followed by yours." When she had finished these lines, she asked me whether I had attractive materials for sale. "My lady," I replied, "your servant is poor, but if you wait until the other merchants open up their shops, I shall fetch you what you want." We then talked together, with me drowning in the sea of love and lost in my passion for her, until the other merchants opened their shops. I went to them and fetched her all that she wanted, at a price of 5,000 dirhams, after which the eunuch took the purchases that she handed to him, and they both left the covered market. Her mule was brought up and she mounted, without having told me where she came from, something that I was too bashful to ask. The merchants made me guarantee the purchase price, and so I shouldered the debt of 5,000 dirhams, and went back home, drunk with love. My servants brought me my evening meal, but I only ate a mouthful, thinking of the girl's beauty and grace. I tried to sleep, but no sleep would come, and I stayed in this restless state for a week. At that point, the merchants asked me for their money, but I persuaded them to wait for another week. At the end of this, the girl appeared, riding on her mule, accompanied by a eunuch and 2 slaves. She greeted me and said, "Sir, I have been slow in paying you for the materials. Bring the money changer and take the cash." The money changer duly came and the eunuch produced the money, which then I took. The girl and I talked together until the market opened, when she told me to get her other materials. I fetched these for her from the merchants, and she then went off without having said anything to me about the price. This was something I regretted after she had gone, since it had cost me 1,000 dinars to get what she wanted, and as soon as she was out of sight, I asked myself, what is this love? She gave me 5,000 dirhams, but I have just spent 1,000 dinars. I was sure that I would find myself reduced to poverty thanks to what I owed the merchants. I am the only one whom they know, I said to myself, and this woman is nothing but a swindler who has used her beauty and grace to fool me. She thought of me as a little boy and laughed at me, and I never even asked her where she lived, never even asked her where she lived. These misgivings stayed with me, and for more than a month she did not return. The merchants came to press me for their money, and they forced me to sell my property, leaving me facing ruin. I was sitting, lost in thought, when before I knew it, there she was, dismounting at the gate of the market. She came into my shop, and, when I saw her, my cares left me and I forgot my troubles. She came up and talked to me sweetly and then said, "Fetch the money changer and have your money weighed out," after which she gave me the price of the goods that she had taken and added in a profit. Then she talked with me in so relaxed a way that I almost died of joy and delight. "Have you a wife?" she asked. "No," I told her, "I know no women at all," and I burst into tears. "Why are you crying?" she asked, and I replied, "It's all right." I then took some of the dinars and gave them to the eunuch, asking him to act as my go-between in the affair, but he laughed at me and said, "She loves you more than you love her. She didn't need the stuff that she bought from you, and she bought it only because of her love for you. Ask her whatever you want, she will not say no to you." The lady saw me giving money to him, and she came back and sat down. Then I said to her, "Be generous to your servant and give him what he asks." I told her what was in my heart, and she agreed to my request. "Do you bring my messages?" she told the eunuch, and to me she said, "Do what the eunuch tells you." She got up and left, while I went and handed over their money to the merchants, being left with a profit. I then received no further news of her, and such was my regret I could not sleep at night, but after a few days the eunuch came back. I welcomed him with respect and asked him about his mistress. "She is ill," he said, and I asked him to explain her position to me. "This girl," he said, and I asked him to explain her position to me. "This girl," he told me, "was brought up by the Lady Zubaydah, the wife of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, and she is one of her maidservants. She asked to be allowed to come and go as she pleased, and she has reached a position of authority. She talked about you to her mistress and asked whether she would marry her to you."
"No, I shall not,"
replied Lady Zubaydah.
"Until I see the young man, and then, if he is a suitable match for you, I shall give consent."
"We need to smuggle you into the palace now. If you succeed, you will be able to marry the girl, but if you are found out, your head will be cut off." "What do you say?" "I will go with you," I said, "and endure the fate you have described." The eunuch said, "Go tonight to the mosque, pray, and spend the night there. 1/4 that is the mosque which the Lady Zubaydah built by the Tigris." I willingly agreed, and in the evening I went to the mosque, performed my prayers and spent the night there. At daybreak, eunuchs arrived in a little boat, bringing with them several empty chests, which they brought to the mosque, before going off again. One of them stayed behind, and, when I looked at him, I recognized him as my go-between. A little later, the girl arrived. When she came forward, I got up and embraced her. She kissed me and burst into tears, after which we talked for some time. Then she took me and put me in a chest, which she locked. She approached the eunuch, who had with him a large quantity of goods, and these she started to take and pack in the other chests, locking them one after the other until she had packed them all. The servants then loaded them on the boat and set off for Lady Zubaydah's palace. I became anxious, saying to myself that my lust would lead to my death, and wondering whether I would or would not succeed. I started to weep inside the chest and prayed God to deliver me from my plight. The servants continued their journey until they had brought all the chests to the gate of the Caliph's palace, carrying in mine together with the others. They passed by a number of eunuchs entrusted with the protection of the harem, together with some of the harem women, until they came to a senior eunuch. Roused from his sleep, he shouted to the girl, "What is in these chests?" "They are full of goods for Lady Zubaydah," she said. "Open them up one by one," he ordered, "so that I can look at the contents." "Why do you want them opened?" she objected, but he shouted at her, "Don't waste time, these chests must be opened." He got to his feet, and the first chest that he wanted to be opened was the one in which I was hidden. When it was brought to him, I lost my senses. I was so afraid that I was unable to control myself, and my urine seeped from the chest. The girl cried to the eunuch, "You have destroyed me and destroyed yourself, as you have spoiled something worth 10,000 dinars. In this chest are colored dresses and 4 mans of Zamzam water. The container has just fallen open and the water has leaked out over the clothes in the chest, ruining their colors. Take your chests and go, God damn you," said the eunuch. So the servants hurriedly carried off the chest that I was in, bringing the others with it. While they were on their way, I heard someone saying, "Woe, woe, the Caliph, the Caliph." When I heard that, I almost died of fright, exclaiming, "There is no might and no power except with God, the Exalted, the Omnipotent One." 4th words which never bring shame on those who repeat them. To which I added, "This is a disaster that I have brought on myself." I then heard the Caliph asking my mistress what was in the chests. "Clothes belonging to the Lady Zubaydah," she said. "Open in the chests." "Clothes belonging to the Lady Zubaydah," she said. "Open them for me," he ordered, and when I heard that, I felt that I had truly died, saying to myself, "By God, this is the last day of my life in this world. If I escape, I shall marry her." 1/4 No question about it. 1/4 But if I am found out, then my head will be cut off. I started to recite, "I bear witness that there is no God but God, and Muhammad is the apostle of God." Morning now dawned, and Shahrazad broke off from what she had been allowed to say. Then, when it was the 28th night, she continued, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the young man recited the confession of faith." He went on, "I heard the girl say, 'The contents of these chests has been left in my charge. There are some dresses for the Lady Zubaydah and she wants no one to look at them. The chests must be opened," said the Caliph, "and I shall inspect what is in them." Then he shouted to the eunuchs, "Bring them to me," at which I was so certain that I was going to die that I lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the eunuchs began to bring forward the chests one by one, and the Caliph looked at their contents: rare perfumes, costly materials, and splendid dresses. They carried on opening the chests as the Caliph inspected the dresses and whatever else was in them, until the only one left was the chest which contained me. The eunuchs had reached out to open it when the girl rushed up to the Caliph and said, "This chest in front of you is only to be opened in the presence of Lady Zubaydah, for it is the one that contains her secret." When the Caliph heard this, he ordered that they should all be taken into her quarters. The eunuchs came and carried me in my chest before setting it down in the middle of the hall among the other ones. My mouth was dry, but the girl let me out and said, "All's well, don't be afraid. You can relax happily. Sit down until the Lady Zubaydah comes, and it may be your good fortune to down until the Lady Zubaydah comes, and it may be your good fortune to win me." I sat there for a time, until suddenly 10 maidens like moons came forward, and formed 2 lines of 5, facing each other. They were followed by 20 more swelling-breasted virgins, and in the middle of them was Lady Zubaydah, wearing such a quantity of jewelry and such splendid robes that she could scarcely walk. When she came forward, the maids round about her dispersed, and I went up and kissed the ground before her. She gestured to me to sit, and when I had taken my place in front of her, she began to question me. She asked about my family background, and she was pleased at my answers to all her questions. She said to the girl, "The way that I brought you up has not proved a failure," and to me she said, "Know that this girl is like a daughter to me, and she is entrusted by God to your protection." I kissed the ground before her, happy that I was to be allowed to marry. On Lady Zubaydah's orders, I stayed in the palace for 10 days, during which I did not see the girl but was brought my meals morning and evening by a servant. At the end of this period, the Lady Zubaydah consulted the Caliph about the girl's marriage, and he gave his permission, as well as providing the girl with 10,000 dinars. Lady Zubaydah sent for the notaries and the Qadi, and they drew up her marriage contract. After that the servants prepared sweetmeats and splendid dishes, which they distributed among all the rooms in the harem. 10 more days passed like this, and after a total of 20 days, the girl went to the baths. The servants then brought a small table, on which among other dishes was a plate of sugared almonds and vinegar, on top of which had been poured rosewater scented with musk. It contained roasted chicken poured rosewater scented with musk. It contained roasted chicken breasts and an astonishing variety of other ingredients. I didn't wait but set upon it and ate my fill, but although I wiped my hands, I forgot to wash them. I sat there until nightfall, when the candles were lit and the singing girls came in with their tambourines. They went round the whole palace, displaying the bride and being showered with gold coins, after which they brought her forward, having taken off her outer clothes. I found myself alone with her on the bed, and I embraced her, scarcely believing that I was going to enjoy union with her. Then, on my hand, she caught the scent of the dish I had eaten and she screamed aloud. The maids came in from all sides, while I trembled, not knowing what was happening. "What is the matter with you, sister?" they asked. "Remove this madman from me," she said, for I had thought that he was a person of sense. "What symptom of madness have you seen in me?" I asked her. "Madman," she said, "how is it that you ate the almond dish without washing your hands? By God, I shall repay you for what you have done. Is someone like you to sleep with someone like me?" Then from beside her she took a plaited whip and started to beat my back and then my buttocks with so many strokes that I fainted. "Take him," she ordered the maids, "and bring him to the city magistrate to cut off the hand with which he ate the almond dish and which he failed to wash." When I heard this, I exclaimed, "There is no might and no power except with God. Is my hand to be cut off simply because I ate that dish and didn't then wash my hands?" The maids interceded with her and said, "Sister, don't punish him this time for this fault. I must cut off some of his extremities," she said, after which she went away. She stayed away for 10 days, during which I didn't see her, but after that she came back to me and said, "Blackface, I'll teach you how to eat without washing your hands." Then she called to the maids, who tied me up, and taking a sharp razor she cut off my thumbs and my big toes, as you all can see. I fainted, but she sprinkled powder over me, which stopped the flow of blood. I started to say that I would never again eat that dish without first washing my hands 40 times with potash, 40 times with galangale and 40 times with soap. She made me swear to do this, as I have said, and that is why, when you produced this dish, I changed color and said to myself that this was why I had lost my thumbs and my big toes, and when you forced it on me, I said that I must keep the oath that I had sworn. The man was then asked what had happened after that. When I swore that oath for her, he said, she calmed down and she and I slept together. We stayed there for a time, but after that she said that the caliph's palace was not a good place for us to be.
No man apart from you has ever entered it, and you only did that because of the care taken by the lady Zubaida. She has given me 50,000 dinars, so take the money and go out to buy us a house.
I went and bought one that was both handsome and spacious, and into this she moved all the elegant possessions she had in the palace, together with all the wealth, materials, and treasures that she had stored up. This, then, is the reason why I lost my thumbs and my toes. We finished eating following our recitation and left, and it was after this that I had my encounter with the hunchback. This is the end of my story. The king said, this was no more agreeable than the tale of the hunchback, and, in fact, his was more agreeable than yours, so I must hunchback, and, in fact, his was more agreeable than yours, so I must certainly hang you all. At that, the Jewish doctor came forward and said, Lord of the age, I can tell you a more remarkable story than that of the hunchback. Then produce it, said the king, and the Jew said. The most remarkable thing that happened to me in my youth took place when I was in Damascus, where I was studying. While I was sitting in my lodgings one day, up came a Mamluk from the palace of the governor of the city, who told me to come to his master. I went out with him to the palace, and when I entered I saw at the upper end of the hall a couch of juniper wood plated with gold, on which a sick person was lying. This turned out to be a young man, the most handsome to be seen. I took my seat by his head and uttered a prayer for his recovery. He made a sign to me with his eyes and I asked him to be so good as to give me his hand. I was surprised when he produced his left hand and I said to myself, by God, how remarkable. Here is a handsome young man, from a great house, but he lacks manners. This is strange. I felt his pulse and wrote him a prescription, after which I paid him regular visits for 10 days until he recovered. He then went to the baths and came out after having washed himself. The governor presented me with a fine robe and appointed me as one of his superintendents in the Damascus hospital. When I went to the baths with my patient, these had been completely cleared for him. The servants brought him in and took his clothes, and when he was stripped I saw that his right hand had recently been amputated, that being the cause of his illness. The sight filled me with surprise and I was feeling sorry for him when I looked at his body and could see from his scars that he had been beaten with whips and treated with salves. This troubled me and my concern showed on my face. Looking at me, he understood what I was feeling. Physician of the age, he said to me, don't be surprised at my condition, and I will tell you my story when we leave the baths. We left and went to the palace, where we ate and then rested. Would you like to look at the upper room, he asked me, and when I said yes, he ordered the slaves to take the furnishings upstairs, as well as to roast a lamb and to bring us fruit. When the fruit had been fetched, we ate, the young man using his left hand. I then asked him to tell me his story. Physician of the age, he said, listen to what happened to me. He went on. You must know that I was born in Mosul and when my grandfather died, he left 10 sons, of whom my father was the eldest. They all grew up and married, but while my father produced me, his 9 brothers had no children. I grew up among my uncles and they took the greatest pleasure in me. When I had grown to man's estate, I sat one day in the mosque of Mosul at the time of the Friday prayer. My father was there, and when we had performed the prayer, the congregation all left, while my father and my uncles sat talking about the wonders of the world and the marvels of foreign cities, until they mentioned Cairo. My uncles said, travelers claim that on the face of the earth there is no city more beautiful than Cairo by the Nile. When I heard this, I felt a longing to see Cairo and my father said, whoever has not seen Cairo has not seen the world. Its soil is gold, its river is a wonder, its women are houris, its houses are palaces, its climate is mild, and its scent surpasses that of frankincense, which it puts to shame. There is nothing surprising about this, as Cairo is the whole world. How eloquent was the poet who said, am I to leave Cairo, with its comforts and delights? What other place is there to rouse my longing? Am I to leave a land which is itself perfume, rather than what is found in the partings of perfumed hair? How could I do this when this is a paradise of loveliness, strewn with rich carpets and cushions? A land whose splendor fills eye and heart with longing, holding all that the godly and ungodly can desire? Here are true brothers united in their merit, meeting within the confines of its gardens. People of Cairo, if God decrees that I must leave, covenants and compacts still remain between us. Do not mention her to the zephyr lest it may steal from her gardens sent to give elsewhere. My father went on, were you to see its gardens in the evening in the slanting shadows, you would see a wonder and be filled with delight. He and his brothers started to describe Cairo and the Nile, and when they had finished and I had listened to the description of the place, my mind remained fixed on it. At the end of this, each one got up and left for his own home, while I could not sleep that night because I had conceived a passion for Cairo, as a result of which I could enjoy neither food nor drink. A few days later, my uncles made preparations to go to Cairo and I wept bitterly until my father provided me with some trade goods and I went off with them, although his instructions were that I should not to be allowed to enter Cairo but was to be left to sell my goods in Damascus. I took leave of my father and we set out on our journey from Mosul, carrying on until we reached Aleppo, where we stopped for a few days. Then we continued to Damascus, where we found a city of trees, streams, and birds, like a paradise, with fruits of all kinds. We stopped at one of the khans and my uncle stayed in the city to trade. They also sold my goods and delighted me by making a profit of 500%, before going on to Egypt, while I stayed behind in a house so attractively built that it beggared description. The rent was 2 dinars a month and I stayed there eating and drinking until I had spent all the money that I had with me. One day, as I was sitting by the door of the house, a girl came up, wearing as splendid a dress as I had ever seen. I winked at her and without hesitation she passed through the door. I followed her in and closed the door behind us. She then removed her cloak and the veil from her face, and I found that she was astonishingly beautiful. Love for her took possession of my heart and I went off and brought a tray of the tastiest foods and fruits and all that the occasion required. When I had fetched this, we ate, and then, after an interval for play, we drank until we became drunk. I then got up and slept with her, passing the most delightful of nights. The following day, I gave her 10 dinars, but she frowned, knitting her brows, and exclaiming indignantly, "Shame on you, Masulai! Do you think that I want your money?" Out of the pocket of her dress she produced 15 dinars and left them in front of me, saying, "By God, if you don't take them, I shall never come back to you." I took the money and she said, "Darling, expect me in 3 days' time and I shall come between sunset and supper. Use the money to prepare us another meal like the last." Then she took her leave of me and went away, taking my like the last. Then she took her leave of me and went away, taking my senses with her. 3 days later, she came back dressed in brocade, jewels and robes more splendid than those she had worn the first time. Before she came I had made my preparations, and we ate, drank, and slept until morning, as we had done before. As before, she gave me 15 dinars, and promised to come back after 3 days. Again I made preparations for her visit, and she came dressed even more splendidly than on her first and second visit. "Am I not beautiful?" she asked me. "Yes, by God, you are," I replied. "Will you let me bring with me a girl who is more beautiful as well as younger than I am?" she asked, "so that she can play with us and you and she can laugh together and she can enjoy herself, as for a long time she has been sad. She has asked to come out with me and to spend the night with me." On hearing this, I agreed willingly, and then we got drunk and slept until morning. When she produced the 15 dinars this time, before leaving she told me to provide extra provisions for the girl who was to come with her. On the 4th day, I made my preparations as usual, and after sunset she arrived with a girl wrapped in a mantle. They came in and sat down, and at this sight, I recited, "How pleasant and delightful it is now, when the censurer is absent and unaware. Love of pleasure and drunkenness 1/4. One of these is enough to steal our wits. The full moon appears veiled. The branch bends in a gown, and on the cheeks. The rose blooms in its freshness, while in the eyes languishes the narcissus. Languishes the narcissus. Life, as I wish it, is without a cloud. Because of the beloved, pleasure is complete." Filled with delight, I lit the candles and received the girls joyfully. They took off their outer clothes and the new girl showed me a face like the moon at its full. I had never seen anyone more beautiful. I then rose and brought food and wine, after which we ate and drank our fill. I was giving mouthfuls of food to the new girl, filling up her glass and drinking with her until her companion became secretly jealous and asked me whether the girl was not prettier than she was. "Yes, by God," I replied. "I would like you to sleep with her," she told me, and when I agreed she got up and spread out bedding for us. I went over to the girl and slept with her until morning. When I stirred, I found that I was very damp and I thought that I must have been sweating. I sat up to rouse the girl and shook her by the shoulders, at which her head rolled off the pillow. Losing control of myself, I cried out, "Kind shelterer, shelter me." I saw that her throat had been cut and I sprang up, finding that the world had turned black for me. I looked for my former mistress, but when I could not find her, I realized that it must have been she who had murdered the other out of jealousy. There is no power and no might except with God, the High, the Almighty. I exclaimed. What am I to do? I thought for a time, and then I got up and stripped off my clothes. In the middle of the house I dug a hole, and then I took the girl, jewels and all, and put her into it, after which I covered it with earth and then with marble. Next, I washed, put on clean clothes, and, taking what money I still had, I left the house, locked it up, and went to its owner. Summoning up my courage, I paid him a year's rent, telling him that I was going off to join courage. I paid him a year's rent, telling him that I was going off to join my uncles in Cairo. When I reached Cairo, I met my uncles, who were glad to see me, and they had, as I found, finished selling their goods. When they asked me why I had come, I told them that it was because I had missed them. I stayed with them for a year, seeing the sights of Cairo and the Nile, but concealing the fact that I still had some money with me. Then, taking my store of money, I started to spend it, using it on food and drink, until the time had come for my uncles to leave. At this point, I ran off and hid from them so that, although they looked, they could get no news of me. Thinking that I must have gone back to Damascus, they left. I came out of hiding and stayed in Cairo for 3 years until all my money had run out. Every year I had been sending the rent to the owner of the house in Damascus, but after 3 years I found myself at a standstill and could not afford more than the 1 year's rent. So I set off for Damascus, and when I got there I stopped at my old house. The owner was glad to see me, and I found the storeroom sealed up as I had left them. So I opened them and removed my belongings. Then, under the bed on which I had slept that night with the murdered girl, I found a gold necklace set with jewels. I took it, and after wiping it clean of her blood, I stared at it, shedding tears for some time. For 2 days I waited, and then on the third I went to the baths, where I changed my clothes. I had no money at all with me, and, on going to the market one day, I listened to the promptings of the devil, so that what was fated came to pass. Taking the jeweled necklace, I gave it to the market auctioneer, who got up and asked me to sit beside the owner of the house. Waiting until the market was crowded, he then secretly, and without my knowledge, the market was crowded, he then secretly, and without my knowledge, called for buyers. It turned out that the necklace was valuable enough to bring in 2,000 dinars, but the auctioneer came to me and said, "It is a copper piece, of Frankish work, which will fetch 1,000 dirhams." "Yes," I said, "we had it made for a woman as a joke, and now my wife has inherited it, so we want to sell it. Accept the 1,000 dirhams for it." Morning now dawned, and Shahrazad broke off from what she had been allowed to say. Then, when it was the 29th night, she continued, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that he told the auctioneer to accept 1,000 dirhams." He went on. When the auctioneer heard that, he realized that something was not right, and he went to the market superintendent and gave him the necklace. He, in turn, went to the Wali and said, "This necklace was stolen from my house, and we have found the thief dressed as a merchant." Before I knew what was happening, I was surrounded by guards, who seized me and brought me to the Wali. He asked me about the necklace, and I told him the story that I had told the auctioneer. The Wali laughed and said, "This is not true." Before I knew it, I was stripped of my clothes and beaten on my sides with whips. Because of the burning pain of the beating, I said, "I stole it," telling myself that it was better to confess to theft than to say that the girl who owned the necklace had been killed in my house, lest I be killed in retaliation for her murder. They wrote down that I had stolen the necklace, and they then cut off my hand and cauterized it with oil. I fainted, but they poured wine down my throat and I recovered. Taking my hand, I went back to the house, but the owner said, "After what has happened, you must leave and find another place for yourself, for you have been charged with robbery, sir." I asked him, "Let me have 2 or 3 days to look for a place." He agreed to this and went off, leaving me. I stayed sitting there, weeping and saying, "How can I go back to my family now that I have lost my hand and they don't know that I am innocent? It may be that God will bring something to pass after this," and I went on to shed bitter tears. After the owner of the house had left me, I spent 2 days in a state of great distress and agitation. Then, on the third day, before I knew what was happening, he came back with a number of guards as well as the market superintendent, the man who claimed that I had stolen the necklace. I went out to meet them and asked, "What is the matter?" Giving me no time to answer, they tied my arms and threw a chain around my neck. Then they told me that the necklace that had been in my possession had been taken to the governor of Damascus, who ruled the city as its vizier, and it appeared to have vanished from his palace 3 years ago, together with his daughter. When I heard this, my heart sank, and I said to myself, "There is no doubt that I am a dead man. I must tell the governor my story, and if he wants, he can kill me, or otherwise he may pardon me." When we came to him, I was made to stand before him. Looking at me out of the corner of his eye, he said to the people there, "Why did you cut his hand off? This is an unfortunate man who has committed no crime and you have wronged him by doing this." When I heard what he said, I took courage and my spirits rose. "By God, sir," I said, "I am no thief." They brought this grave accusation against me and beat me with whips in the middle of the market, forcing me to confess. So I told a lie against myself and admitted the theft. "Although I was innocent, no harm shall come to you," he said, and then he ordered the market superintendent to pay me compensation for my hand, "or else I shall hang you and confiscate all your property." He then shouted to the officers, who seized the man and dragged him off, leaving me with the governor. With his permission, guards removed the chain from my neck and untied my bonds. The governor looked at me and said, "My son, tell me the truth and explain to me how you got this necklace," and he recited, "You must speak the truth, even if this truth burns you with the promised fire of hell." Promising that I would do this, I then told him what had happened to me with the first girl and how she had brought me the second, whose throat she had then cut in a fit of jealousy. When he had listened to the whole story as I told it, he shook his head, struck his right hand against his left and covered his face with his kerchief. For a time he wept and then he recited the lines, "I see the ills of this world crowding in on me. Their victim remains sick until he dies. Meetings of friends must end in their parting. And the time before parting is short indeed." He then came up to me and said, "My son, you must know that the elder girl was my daughter. I brought her up in strict seclusion and when she reached maturity, I sent her to Cairo, where she married her cousin. After his death she came back to me, but she had learned evil ways from the Egyptians and so it was that she went to you 4 times, finally bringing you her younger sister. They were full sisters and they loved each other deeply. After the elder had met you, she told her secret to her sister, who asked to go with her. When the elder came back alone, I asked her about her sister, and I found her weeping for her. Then she told her mother and myself in private how she had murdered the girl, and she kept on shedding tears and saying, 'By God, I shall go on weeping for her until I die.' That is how the matter stood, and now that you have seen what happened, I want you to agree to what I propose, which is to marry you to my youngest daughter. She is not a full sister of the other two and is a virgin. I shall not take any dowry from you, instead I shall make you an allowance and you can stay with me as my son." I agreed to this, saying, "How can it be that I have found such good fortune?" The governor sent at once for the Qadi and the notaries and he drew up the marriage contract, after which I consummated the marriage. He got a large amount of money for me from the market superintendent, and I occupied an honored place at his court. My father died this year and the governor of Mosul sent a courier to bring me the money that he had left, and so today I am living in the greatest prosperity. This, then, is how I came to lose my right hand. I was astonished at this story and I stayed with him for 3 days, after which he gave me a large sum of money. When I left him, I traveled to the city of yours, where I have enjoyed a good life, until I had the city of yours, where I have enjoyed a good life, until I had this adventure with the hunchback. This is no more wonderful than the tale of the hunchback, said the king of China, and I must hang you 1/4 except that there is still the tailor who was responsible for the whole thing. He then told the tailor that if he produced a tale more remarkable than that of the hunchback he would pardon their crimes. At that the tailor came forward, and he said, "No, king of the age, that my most remarkable experience happened yesterday. At the beginning of the day, before I met the hunchback, I was at a banquet given by one of my friends, at which about 20 guests had been collected from among the citizens of this place, craftsmen such as tailors and carpenters, together with silk merchants and others. At sunrise, food was set out for us to eat, and in came our host with a handsome young man, a stranger from Baghdad. He was wearing the finest of clothes and was remarkably good looking, but he was lame. We stood up for him as he came in and greeted us, and he was about to take his seat when he caught sight of a barber who was with us. On seeing the man, he refused to sit down and attempted to leave. We tried to restrain him and the host held on to him, swearing that he should not go and asking, "Why do you come in and then go out?" "By God, sir," replied the young man, "don't try to stop me. I am going because of this ill-omened barber who is sitting there." The host was astonished to hear this and said, "How is it that this young man comes from Baghdad and yet is so upset by this barber?" We looked at him and said, "Tell us why it is that you are angry with him." The young man then addressed us and said, "I had an encounter with this man in Baghdad, my native city, and it is he who is responsible for my lameness and for the breaking of my leg. I swore that I would never associate with him in any place or in any town in which he was living. I then left Baghdad and traveled away from it until I settled here, but this very night I shall set out again on my travels." We pressed him to tell us his story and the barber turned pale as the young man started to speak. "You should know," the young man explained to us, "that my father was one of the leading merchants of Baghdad and I was his only son." He went on. "When I had grown up and reached man's estate, my father died, moving from this world to the mercy of Almighty God. He bequeathed me money, eunuchs, and servants, and I began to dress and to eat well. God had endowed me with a hatred of women, and so one day, when I was in one of the lanes of Baghdad and a group of women approached from the opposite direction, I ran off and went into a cul-de-sac, at the end of which I sat down on a stone bench. Before I had been there for long, a window opened in the house opposite me and from it a girl like the full moon looked out, whose equal I had never seen in all my life. She was watering plants on her window sill, and, after looking right and left, she shut the window and disappeared from view. Fire was kindled in my heart and my mind was consumed by her, my hatred for women turning to love. I went on sitting there in a trance until sunset, when the Qadi of Baghdad rode up, with his black slaves before him and his eunuchs behind. On dismounting, he went into the house from which the girl had gazed, and I realized that this must be her father. I went back sorrowfully to my own house and fell on my bed, full of care. My servant girls came in and sat around me, but they could not understand what was wrong with me and, as I said nothing to them, they wept over me and grieved. Then in came an old woman who, when she saw me, realized at once what the matter must be. She sat down by my head and spoke gently to me, saying, "My son, tell me about it and I shall see to it that you are united with her." I told her my story and she said, "My son, this is the daughter of the Qadi of Baghdad and she is kept in seclusion. The window where you saw her is on her floor of the building, while her father lives in a great hall beneath it. She sits by herself, but I often go to visit the house, and it is only through me that you can achieve union with her, so pluck up your courage." I took heart from her word. That was a day of joy for my household, and in the morning I felt better. The old woman went off, but when she came back, her color had changed. "My son," she said, "don't ask what happened between me and the girl. When I had spoken to her about you, she said,
'You ill-omened old woman! If you don't stop talking like this, I shall treat you as you deserve.
but I must go back to her a second time. When I heard that, my sickness worsened, until after some days the old woman came back. My son, she said, you must reward me for bringing good news. This restored me to life, and I said, you may have everything that is good. At that, she went on, I went to visit the girl yesterday and she could see that I was sad and tearful.
Aunt,
she asked,
why do you look so unhappy?
I wept and replied,
my lady, I have come to you from a young man who loves you and who is near to death because of you.
Her heart softened at this and she asked,
where does he come from, this young man whom you have mentioned? He is like a son to me and the fruit of my heart. Some days ago, he saw you in like a son to me and the fruit of my heart. Some days ago, he saw you in the window when you were watering your plants, and after looking at your face, he fell deeply in love with you. The first time that I told him what you had said to me, his love sickness grew worse, he kept to his bed, and there can be no doubt that he is going to die.
She turned pale.
Is all this because of me?
She asked.
Yes, by God.
I said.
So what should I do?
She said.
Go to him, greet him from me and let him know that my love is twice as great as his. Then tell him to come to the house on Friday before prayers. When he gets here, I shall go down and open the door and bring him up to my room. He and I can be together for a time and he can leave before my father gets back from prayers.
When I heard what the old woman had to say, the pain that I was feeling left me and my spirits recovered. I gave her the clothes that I was wearing and she went off, telling me to be of good heart. I have no pain left at all, I replied, and my household and my friends were delighted by my recovery. I stayed like that until Friday, when the old woman came in and asked me how I was. I told her that I was in good health, and then I put on my clothes, perfumed myself and stayed waiting for the people to go to the mosque for prayers, so that I could then visit the girl. The old woman said, you have plenty of time, so why not go to the baths and have your hair cut, especially after your serious illness? That would restore you a good idea, I said, but I shall have my head shaved first and after that I will go to the baths. I then sent for a barber to shave my head, and I told my servant to fetch me an intelligent man, who would not be inquisitive and would not give me a headache with his constant chatter. My servant went off and the barber whom he fetched was this calamitous old man. He greeted me when he came in and I returned the greeting. I see that you are very thin, he said. I have been ill, I replied. May God remove all your cares, your sorrows, your distress and your griefs, he said. May he accept your prayer, I said. Be of good cheer, he went on, for good health has come to you. Do you want your hair to be trimmed or do you want to be bled? It is reported on the authority of Ibn Abbas, may God be pleased with him, 1/4 that the Prophet said,
whoever has his hair cut on a Friday is kept free of 70 diseases.
It is also recorded of him that he said,
whoever is cupped on a Friday is preserved from loss of sight and from many diseases.
Stop talking, I told him, and start shaving my head immediately, for I have been sick. He got up, stretched out his hand and, bringing out a kerchief, he unfolded it, revealing an astrolabe with 7 plates set with silver. Taking this, he went to the middle of the house and raised his head towards the sun's rays. After a long look, he said to me, you must know that this day is Friday, that is the 10th of the month of Safar in the year 653 of the Prophet, 1/4 on whom be peace and the best of blessings, 1/4 and the year 7320 dating from Alexander the Great, the ascendant planet, according to arithmetical calculation, being Mars. Of the day, 8 degrees and 6 minutes have passed and, as it happens, Mars is in conjunction with Mercury. That shows that this is a good time for hair cutting, and it also shows me that you are looking for union with someone and that this will be fortunate, but afterwards there will be words and something that I won't mention to you. By God, I told him, you have driven me to distraction, lowered my spirits and produced an omen for me that is not good. I only asked you to cut my hair, So get on and do it and stop talking so much. By God, he said, if you know what is coming to you, you would not do anything today, and my advice is that you should act as I tell you. On the basis of my reading of the stars, you are the only astrological barber whom I have ever met, I told him. I can see that you have a fund of jokes, but I only asked you here to look after my hair, and instead you have produced all this rubbish. Do you need any more advice? He asked. God in his bounty has provided you with a barber who is also an astrologer, a chemist, an expert in natural magic, grammar, morphology, philology, rhetoric, eloquence, logic, arithmetic, astronomy, geometry, religious law, the traditions of the Prophet and the interpretation of the Quran. I have read the relevant books and studied them. I have a practical knowledge of affairs. I have committed to heart a perfect knowledge of the sciences. I am a theoretical and practical master of technical skill. There is nothing that I have not organized and undertaken. I was a favorite with your father because I am lacking in curiosity, and it is because of this that I feel it an obligation to serve you. Whatever you think, I am not inquisitive, and this is why I am known as
the silent and serious one.
What you should do is to praise God and not to oppose me, for the advice that I have to offer is good. I feel sympathy for you, and I would like to be in your service for a whole year so that you might value me as I deserve, and I would not want any wages from you for that. When I heard that, I said, without a doubt you will be the death of me today. Morning now dawned, and Shahrazad broke off from what she had been allowed to say. Then, when it was the 30th night, she continued, I have heard, O auspicious king, that the young man said, you will be the death of me today. He went on. Sir, the barber replied, I am the man the people call the silent because, unlike my 6 brothers, I speak so little. My eldest brother is known as the babbler, the second is the bellower, the third is the jabberer, the fourth is the aswan jug, the fifth is the talker, the sixth is the prattler, while I, the seventh, am the silent. While he kept on talking at me, I felt as though my gallbladder had split. I told my servant to give him 1/4 of a dinar, adding, and for God's sake, see that he leaves me, as I don't need to have my head shaved after all. What is this, master? The barber said when he overheard what I had been saying. By God, I will take no fee from you until I have done something for you. I must do this, as it is my duty to serve you and do what you want, and I don't care whether I get anything from you at all. Even if you don't know how to value me, I know how to value you, and your father 1/4, may God Almighty have mercy on him, was generous to me, for he was a munificent man. He once sent for me on a fortunate day such as this, and when I came in, I found that he had a number of friends with him. He wanted me to bleed him, but I took my astrolabe and measured the angle of the ascendant star, which I found to be unlucky, making bloodletting under its influence to be inappropriate. I told him that, and he followed my advice and waited, and so I recited in his praise. I went to my master to draw his blood, but I found that the time did not conduce to health. I sat and talked to him of wonders of all kinds, unfolding before him my store of knowledge. He admired what he heard from me and said,
You have passed the bounds of understanding, you mine of learning.
I said to him, Lord of mankind, had you not poured understanding over me, mine would not have increased. You are, it seems, a master of merit, generous and bountiful. A treasure house of knowledge, understanding, and clemency for all. Your father was pleased and told his servant to give me 103 dinars as well as a robe of honor, which was handed to me, and when a propitious time came, I bled him. He did not ignore my recommendations but thanked me, as did all the company. After I had bled him, I could not stay silent, and I asked him to tell me why he had told the servant to give me 103 dinars. 1 dinar, he explained, was for your astronomical observation and another for your conversation, the third was the fee for the bloodletting, and the 100 dinars and the robe of honor were the reward for your eulogy of me. May God have no mercy on my father, I exclaimed, for knowing a man like you. The barber laughed and said, "There is no God but God, and Muhammad is the apostle of God, who causes change but is not changed. I had thought that you were an intelligent man, but your illness has made you feeble-minded. God has referred in his holy book to
those who suppress their anger and those who forgive others.
At any rate, you are forgiven, but I don't know why you are in such a hurry. You know that neither your father nor your grandfather would do anything except on my advice. There is a common saying that
the advisor is to be trusted,
and
whoever asks for advice is not disappointed.
There is also a proverb,
whoever has no elder to help him will not himself be an elder.
As the poet has said, when you intend some action, take advice from one who knows, and do not disobey. You will not find anyone who knows more about worldly matters than I do, and I am on my feet here to serve you. I am not irritated by you, so how can you be irritated by me? I put up with you patiently because of the favors that your father did me. By God, you donkey's tail, I said, you go on and on speechifying and talking more and more, while all I want is for you to cut my hair and leave. After that, he dampened my hair and said, I realize that you have become irritated with me, but I shall not hold it against you, because your intellect is weak and you are a young boy. It was only yesterday that I used to carry you on my shoulder and take you to school. For God's sake, brother, I said, let me finish my business and be on your way, and then I tore my clothes. When he saw me do that, he took his razor and went on sharpening it until I was almost out of my mind with impatience. Then he came up, but after he had shaved part of my head, he raised his hand and said, Master, haste comes from the devil and patience from the merciful God. He then recited, act slowly and not with haste in what you want. Be merciful to men, and you shall meet the merciful. God's power is greater than all other powers. And the unjust will suffer from injustice. Master, he added, I don't think you are aware of my status. This hand of mine touches the heads of kings, emirs, viziers, together with men of wisdom and excellence. It could have been about me that the poet said, crafts are like necklaces, and here this barber is like the pearl hung on a necklace string, standing above all men of wisdom, while under his hand are the heads of kings. Stop busying yourself with what is no concern of yours, I said, for you have made me angry and distracted. I think you must be in a hurry, he said. Yes, 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 I told him. Allow yourself to slow down, he insisted, for haste comes from the devil and it leaves behind repentance and loss. The Prophet 1/4 upon whom be blessing and peace 1/4 said, the
best affair is the one that proceeds slowly.
I am uneasy about your affairs and I wish you would tell me what you are planning to do. It may be something good, but I fear that it might turn out to be something else. There were still 3 hours to go before the time of prayer, but he said, I want to be in no doubt about that. Rather, I would like to know the time exactly, for guesswork leads to shame, especially in the case of a man like me, whose merits are clear and celebrated among the people. I cannot speak by conjecture as the common run of astrologers do. So he threw down his razor, took the astrolabe and went out into the sun. He stayed there for a long time, and when he came back, he said, there are stayed there for a long time, and when he came back, he said, there are exactly 3 hours to go, neither more nor less. I implore you, in God's name, I said, don't speak to me. You have broken my heart. So, as before, he took his razor, sharpened it, and shaved part of my head. Then he said, I am worried by your hastiness. If you told me the reason for it, it would be better for you, since you know that your father and your grandfather never did anything except on my advice. When I realized that I couldn't get rid of him, I told myself, prayer time has come and I want to go before the people leave the mosque, as if I delay at all, I don't know how I can get in to see the girl. So I said, cut this short and stop all this chattering and inquisitiveness. I want to go to a party to which I have been invited by a friend of mine. When the barber heard me talk of an invitation, he said, "This is a fortunate day for me. Yesterday I invited a group of my friends, but I forgot to see to it that they had something to eat. I have only just thought of that, and how ashamed I shall be." "Don't worry about it," I said. "I have already told you that I have been invited out today, so you can have all the food and drink in my house, if only you finish the job and shave my head quickly." "May God reward you," he said, but then added, "Tell me what you have for my guests, so that I may know." I told him, "There are 5 different types of food, 10 grilled chickens and a roasted lamb." "Bring them out, so that I may inspect them," he said. I produced all of this, but, after looking at it, he said, "There is still the wine." "I have some," I said, and when he told me to fetch it out, I did so. He praised my generosity, but added, "There is still the incense and the perfumes." I fetched him a container with nard, aloes, ambergris and musk worth 50 dinars. Time was getting short, as was my temper, and so I said, "Finish shaving my head, by the life of Muhammad 1/4, may God have mercy on him and give him peace." "By God," said the barber, "I cannot take this container until I have seen all its contents." On my orders, my servant opened it, and putting away his astrolabe, the barber sat on the ground turning over its contents, so adding to my annoyance. He then came forward and, taking his razor, he then shaved a small bit of my head. Then he recited, "The child grows up to resemble his father, and the tree grows from its roots. By God, my son," he went on, "I don't know whether to thank you or to thank your father. My party today will be all the result of your kindly generosity. None of my guests is worthy of that, but the people who are coming are respected citizens, such as Zantut the bath keeper, Salah the grain merchant, Sulit the bean seller, Ikrisha the greengrocer, Humaid the street sweeper, Said the camel driver, Suwaid the porter, Abu Makarish the bathman, Qasim the guard and Karim the groom. None of these are heavy-going, quarrelsome, inquisitive, or otherwise troublesome men. Each one of them has a dance that he can perform and verses that he can recite, and the best thing about them is that, like your humble servant, they are ignorant of verbosity and are without curiosity." The bath keeper sings a magical song to the tambourine.
"Mother, I am going to fill my jar."
The grain merchant, bringing to it more skill than anyone else, dances and recites,
"My lady, you hired mourner, you have given no short measure,"
stealing all hearts as people laugh at his antics. The street sweeper stops the birds in their flight by his singing, and he dances and recites,
"What my wife knows is shut in a box."
He is an able dances and recites,
"What my wife knows is shut in a box."
He is an able fellow, smart and bold. In praise of his handsomeness I say, my life is the ransom for a street sweeper who has roused my passion. Sweet-natured, he is like a swaying branch. When time granted him to me one night, my passion wore me away as it increased, and I told him,
"You have kindled your fire within my heart." "No wonder,"
he replied.
"when sweeper turns stoker."
Each one of my guests has in full measure what entertains and amuses. Then he added, "But hearing is not the same as seeing. Were you to choose to come to our party, both you and we would prefer it. Don't go to the friends you are thinking of visiting, for you are still showing the traces of your illness, and it may be that you will find yourself with chatterboxes who talk about what is no concern of theirs, and you might find some inquisitive fellow there who would give you a headache while you are still depressed as a result of your illness another time, perhaps," I said, with an angry laugh. Then I added, "Finish your job and let me go under the protection of Almighty God, while you go to your friends who are expecting you." "Master," he said, "I only want to let you enjoy the company of these clever people, men of good background, none of them being long-winded or inquisitive. From my earliest days, I have never been able to associate with anyone who asks about what is no concern of his. My only associates are men of few words like me. If you came to meet them and saw them one single time, you would abandon all your own companions. May God complete your happiness with them, I said, and one day I must certainly come to meet them. May that be today, he replied. If you make up your mind to go with me to my friends, let me take your generous gifts, but if you have to go to your own friends today, I shall carry away the gifts and leave them with my companions, who can start eating and drinking without waiting for me. Then I can come back for you and go with you to your friends. I don't stand on ceremony with mine, as this might stop me leaving them and coming back to you quickly and going with you wherever you want to go. There is no might and no power except with God, the Exalted, the Almighty. I exclaimed. Off you go to your own friends and enjoy yourself with them, and let me go to mine, who are expecting me, so that I can be with them today. The barber said, I cannot let you go by yourself. No one but I can enter the place where I am going, I told him, which prompted him to say, I think that you have an assignation with some woman, for otherwise you would be taking me with you, and yet I am the most suitable of people to help you get what you want. I am afraid, however, that you may want to meet some foreign woman, at the cost of your life. For this is Baghdad and no one can do things like that here, especially on a day like this, and the Wali is a very stern man. You foul old fellow, I said, take yourself off. Why are you talking to me like this, you silly man, he replied. I'm ashamed to listen to you. You're hiding something from me, I know it, I'm certain of it, and I only wanted to help you today. I became afraid that my family and my neighbors might hear what he was saying, and so I fell into a deep silence. We had reached the hour of the Friday prayer, and the sermon was due by the time that he had finished cutting my hair. I told him to take the food and the drink to his friends, saying that I would wait for him until he came back, when he could go with me. I went on flattering and trying to mislead the damned man, in the hope that he might leave me, but he said, You're trying to deceive me so that you can go alone and involve yourself in a disaster from which you won't be able to escape. For God's sake, don't leave until I get back, so that I can go with you, to see how your affair turns out. Yes, I said, but don't be long. He then took all the food, the drink, and the rest of what I had given him, and left my house. But what the wretched fellow did was to give all this to a porter to take to his house, while he himself hid in a lane nearby. I got up at once, as the muezzin had already finished the service, put on my clothes and went out. I then came to the lane and stopped at the house where I had seen the girl. There I found the old woman waiting for me, and I went up with her to the floor on which the girl lived. My entry, however, coincided with the return of the master of the house from Friday prayers. He came into the hall and shut the door, and when I looked out of the window, I saw this very same barber 1/4 God damn him sitting by the door, and I asked myself, how did this devil know where I was? It happened just then, as God intended my secret to be uncovered, that a maidservant had committed some fault. The master of the house beat her, and when she shrieked, a slave rushed to her rescue. He for his part was also beaten, and he, too, cried out. The damned barber thought that it was I who was being beaten, and so he shouted, tore his clothes and poured earth on his head. He continued to yell and cry for help until he was surrounded by a crowd. He kept repeating, my master has been killed in the Qadi's house, and then, still shouting, he went to my house, followed by the crowd. He told my family and my servants, and before I knew what was happening, there they came with their clothes torn and their hair loosed, crying, woe for our master. In the forefront was the barber, with his torn clothes and his cries, accompanied by the crowd. My family kept on shouting, and so did he from among the front ranks of the crowd. Crying, woe, woe, for the murdered man, they made for the house where I was. Hearing the disturbance and the shouting at his door, the Qadi told one of his servants to see what the matter was. The man came out and then went back to his master and said, Sir, there are more than 10,000 people, men and women, at the door. They are shouting,
Woe for the murdered man!
And pointing at our house. When the Qadi heard this, he thought that this was a monstrous business and, getting up angrily, he went to open the door. He was astonished to see the huge crowd and asked them what the matter was. "You damned man, you dog, you pig," shouted my servants. "You have killed our master. What has your master done that I should kill him?" he asked. Morning now dawned and Shahrazad broke off from what she had been allowed to say. Then, when it was the 31st night, she continued, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the Qadi said to the servants, 'What has your master done that I should kill him?' The young man went on. 'Here is my house standing open before you,' added the Qadi. 'You beat him just now with whips,' said the barber, 'and I heard him screaming. What had he done that I should kill him?' repeated the Qadi. 'Who brought him to my house? Where did he come from? Where did he go?' 'Don't play the sinister old man,' said the barber. 'I know the whole story. Your daughter loves him and he loves her. When you found out that he had come into your house, you ordered your servants to beat him. I shall get the caliph to judge which of us is right, unless you produce our master so that his family can take him off, before I go in and bring him out, putting you to shame.' The Qadi's tongue was bridled and, feeling himself shamed before the crowd, he said, 'If you are telling the truth, come in yourself and fetch him out.' Encouraged by this, in came the barber, and when I saw this, I looked for a way to escape, but could not find one. Then in the part of the house where I was I saw a large chest and I got into this, closing the lid on top of me and holding my breath. The barber came into the hall, but scarcely had he entered it, when he came up to the room where I was, and after turning right and then left, he came up to my chest and carried it off on his head, driving me out of my mind. He started off in a hurry and, realizing that he would not leave me alone, I pulled myself together, opened the chest and threw myself out onto the ground, so breaking my leg. The door was open, and I saw a crowd of people there. In my sleeve, I was carrying a quantity of gold in readiness for a day or a crisis like this. So I began to scatter it among the people to distract their attention, which it did, as they picked it up. Then I started to make my way through the lanes of Baghdad, turning right and left, but always with this damned barber on my heels. Into whatever place I went, on he came after me, repeating, 'They wanted to rob me of my master. Praise be to God who gave me the upper hand over them and freed my master from their hands.' Then he told me, 'You continued to distress me by what you were planning and eventually you brought all this on yourself. If God in His grace had not sent me to you, you would never have escaped from the disaster into which you had fallen, but would have fallen into another, from which you would not have escaped. You wanted to go by yourself, but I don't hold your folly against you, as you are an impatient young man of limited intelligence. I said, 'Isn't what you have done enough for you, that you run after me and talk to me like this in the market?' My soul had almost left my body, so enraged was I, and going into the shop of a weaver in the center of the market, I asked for his help. The weaver kept the barber away from me, while I sat in the storeroom and said to myself, 'I shall never be able to get away from this damned man. He will stay with me night and day, and if I have to look at him I shall have no breath of life left in me.' So, on the spot, I sent for the notaries and drew up a legal document for my family, dividing up my wealth and appointing a trustee for them, instructing him to sell my house and my properties and to look after the members of the household, both young and old. From that day on, I have been off on my travels so as to escape from this pimp. I came and settled down in your city, where I have been for some time. Then you invited me and I came, only to see the pimp, damn him, 1/4 sitting with you at the head of the table. How can I stay here cheerfully among you with a man who has done all this to me and who was the cause of my broken leg?" The young man refused to take a seat, and when we had heard his story, we asked the barber, "Is what he says about you true?" He replied, "I acted like that with him out of knowledge, intelligence, and a sense of chivalry. Had it not been for me, he would be dead, and the fact that he escaped is due to me alone. It was lucky for him that it was his leg that was broken and he did not lose his life. Were I a man of many words, I would not have done him this favor, and now I shall tell you a story of something that happened to me, so that you may know for certain that I am a man of few words without curiosity, unlike my 6 brothers. I was in Baghdad in the time of Al-Mustansir Billah, who was then caliph. He loved the poor and the unfortunate, and would sit with men of learning and virtue. It happened that one feast day he became angry with 10 men and ordered the prefect of Baghdad to bring them to him, they being thieves and highwaymen. The prefect went out, arrested them, and sent them off in a boat. I saw this and said to myself, these people must have gathered together for a banquet. I suppose that they are going to spend the day eating and drinking on their boat, and no one but I shall be their companion. So I got up, and thanks to my sense of chivalry and the soundness of my intellect, I boarded this boat and mixed with them. They crossed the river and disembarked on the far bank. Then the watch and the guards brought chains which they placed round their necks, and they did the same to me. All this, my friends, was caused by my sense of chivalry and the fact that, as a man of few words, I kept silence and did not allow myself to speak. The guards then took us by our chains and brought us before Al-Mustansir Billah, the commander of the faithful, who gave orders that the 10 should have their heads cut off. The executioner made us sit, the 10 should have their heads cut off. The executioner made us sit before him on the execution mat and, having drawn his sword, he cut off the heads of the 10, one after the other, leaving me. The caliph looked and said to the executioner, "Why have you only cut off 9 heads? God forbid that I should only cut off 9 after you had ordered me to cut off 10, the man replied. "I think that you have only cut off 9, insisted the caliph, "and this man in front of you is the 10th by your favor," said the executioner, "there were 10 of them." The caliph ordered a count to be made, and it turned out that there were 10. He then looked at me and said, "What led you to stay silent at a time like this? How did you come to be with these criminals, and what is the reason for this, you being an old man of little brain?" When I heard what he said, I told him, "You must know, Commander of the Faithful, that I am the silent sheikh. I have a large store of wisdom, and the soundness of my intelligence, the excellence of my understanding and my taciturnity are without bounds. By profession I am a barber. Early yesterday morning, I saw these 10 men on their way to a boat, and I joined them, thinking that they had gathered together for a banquet. Shortly afterwards, the guards came and put chains around their necks, and they chained me together with the others. Because of my great sense of chivalry, I stayed silent and did not say a word, this being a simple matter of honor. They then took us off and brought us before you, and you ordered the execution of the 10. I stayed there in front of the executioner without telling you who I was. It was a hugely honorable act on my part to share in their execution, but all my days I have been doing favors of this kind to people, in spite of the fact that they repay me in the most brutish of ways." On hearing this, the caliph saw at once that I was a taciturn man with a great sense of chivalry, lacking in inquisitiveness, contrary to the claim made by this young man whom I saved from fearful danger. In fact, the caliph laughed so much that he fell over, and he asked me, "Silent man, are your 6 brothers as wise, learned, and taciturn as you? May they not stay alive?" I said, "if they are like me? You are denigrating me, Commander of the Faithful, and you should not compare my brothers to me, as thanks to their loquacity and lack of honor, each of them has some physical deformity. One of them has lost an eye, while another is completely blind, a third is semi-paralyzed, a fourth has had his ears and a fifth his lips cut off, while the 6th is a hunchback. You should not think, Commander of the Faithful, that I am a man of many words, but I must explain to you that I have a greater sense of honor than they do, and each of them has a story, which I must tell you, explaining how he came to be disabled." And I went on. The first of them, the hunchback, was by trade a tailor in Baghdad. He used to do his sewing in a shop which he rented from a wealthy man who lived over the shop, while in the basement another man worked a mill. One day, when my brother the hunchback was sitting sewing in his shop, he raised his head and saw in the window of the house a woman like the full moon as it rises. She was looking out at the passers-by, and when my brother saw her, love for her became fixed in his heart. He spent that day staring at her and doing no more work until evening. The next morning, he opened his shop and sat sewing, but after every stitch he would glance up at the window and see her looking out as before, so strengthening his love. On the third day, as he sat in his place looking at her, the woman caught sight of him and realized that he had been captivated by love for her. She smiled at him and he smiled at her. She then disappeared from sight and sent her maid to him with a bundle containing a quantity of red-figured silk. When the maid came, she said, "My mistress greets you and asks you to use your skill to cut out a shift for her from this material and to sew it elegantly." My brother agreed to this and he cut out the shift and finished sewing it on that same day. Early the next morning, the maid came to him and said, "My mistress greets you and asks how you passed the night, as she herself was not able to sleep because she was concerned for you." Then she produced for him some yellow satin and said, "My mistress asks you to cut out for her from this material a pair of harem trousers and to sew them up today." My brother agreed and said, "Give her many greetings from me and tell her,
your slave is obedient to your commands, so give him what orders you wish."
Then he started to cut out the material and he worked hard sewing up the trousers. Some time later, she looked out at him from her window and gestured a greeting, at times lowering her eyes and at times smiling at him, leading him to think that he would make a conquest of her. She then disappeared from view, and the maid came and took away the trousers which he handed to her. When night came, he threw himself down on his bed and spent the hours until morning twisting and turning. When morning came, he got up and sat in his place. This time, when the maid came to him, she said, "My master summons you." When my brother heard that, he was extremely afraid. Noticing this, the maid reassured him, "No harm will come to you, but only good, for my mistress has told my master about you." My brother was delighted and, after accompanying the maid, he came into the presence of her master, the husband of her mistress, and kissed into the presence of her master, the husband of her mistress, and kissed the ground. The man returned his greeting and then gave him a quantity of material, telling him to cut out a shirt from it and to sew it up. My brother agreed and he went on working, without stopping for anything to eat, until he had cut out 20 shirts by supper time. When he was asked what his fee was for this, he said, 20 dirhams, and the husband called to the maid to fetch the money. My brother said nothing, but the lady made signs to him that he should take none of it. So he said, "By God, I shall not ask anything from you," after which he took his work things and went out. In fact, he had not a penny to his name, and for 3 days he had been working so hard at sewing those clothes that he had had little to eat and drink. The maid had then come and asked him how the work was going. "The shirts are finished," he had replied, and he had then taken them to the people upstairs, handing them over to the husband and leaving immediately. Although my brother hadn't known it, the lady had told her husband about the state that my brother was in, and the two of them had agreed to make him the butt of a joke by getting him to sew things for them without charge. So the next morning, when my brother went to his shop, the maid came to tell him to have another word with her master. He went with her and was asked by the man to cut out 5 mantles for him. He did this and then left, taking the material with him. When he had sewed the mantles, he brought them to the man, who admired his work and called for a purse. There was money in it, and my brother had stretched out his hand when the lady, standing behind her husband, gestured to him not to take anything. So my brother said to the husband, "There is no need to hurry, sir, there is ample time." He then went out more submissively than a donkey, urging himself on in spite of the fact that he was suffering from 5 things: 1/4 love, bankruptcy, hunger, nakedness, and drudgery. When he had finished all the work that they wanted done, they played another trick on him and married him to the maid. On the night that he was due to sleep with her, they told him, "It will be better if you spend the night in the mill and wait for tomorrow." My brother believed that this was sound advice, and so he spent the night alone in the mill, but the lady's husband maliciously told the miller about him in order to get him to turn the mill wheel. At midnight, the miller came in and started to say, "This bull is lazy, he has stopped and isn't turning the wheel tonight, in spite of the fact that we have a great deal of corn." He came down to the mill, filled the trough with grain, and then went up to my brother carrying a rope which he tied round his neck. "Hup," he cried, "turn the millstone over the grain. All you do is eat and leave your droppings and your urine." He then took up a whip and lashed my brother with it. My brother wept and cried out, but could find no one to help him, and the grinding continued until it was almost morning. The owner of the house then came but went off again after seeing my brother tethered to the mill wheel. Early in the day, the maid arrived and professed to be shocked by what had happened to him. "My mistress and I were worried about you." Because of his tiredness and the severity of his beating, my brother could give no answer in return. When he got back to his lodging, in came the official who had drawn up the marriage contract. The man greeted him and said, "God give you long life. This is a face that tells of delights, dalliance and night-long embraces. May God give no blessing to the liar, you 1,000-time cuckold," retorted my brother. "By God, I have been doing nothing but grind corn in place of the bull until morning." The official asked him to tell his story, which he did, and the man then said, "Your star did not match hers, but if you like, I can alter the contract for you." He then added, "Watch out lest they play another trick on you." After that, he left my brother, who went to his shop to see if anyone would bring him work from which he could get money to buy food. Again, the maid came and asked him to go to her mistress, but this time he said, "Go away, my good girl, I will have no further dealings with your mistress." The girl went off and told her mistress of this, and before my brother knew what was happening, she was looking out at him from her window, weeping and saying, "My darling, why will you have nothing more to do with me?" He made no reply, and she then swore that nothing that had happened in the mill had been of her choosing and that she hadn't had anything to do with it. When my brother looked at her loveliness and grace and listened to her sweet words, he forgot his sufferings, accepted her excuse and took pleasure in gazing at her. He greeted her and talked with her, after which he sat for a time doing his sewing. When the maid came this time, she said, "My mistress greets you and tells you that her husband is intending to spend the night with friends. When he goes to them, you can come to us and pass the most delicious of nights with her until morning." In fact, her husband had asked her how they could get my brother to leave her alone, and she had said, "Let me play another trick on him and I will see that his shame is known throughout the city." My brother knew nothing of women's wiles, and so when the maid came that evening, he went off with her. When the lady saw him, she said, "I am full of passionate longing for you. For God's sake," he said, "give me a kiss at once," but before he had finished speaking, in came her husband from another room. "By God," he said to my brother, "I'm going to take you straight to the chief of police." Paying no attention to my brother's pleadings, he carried him off to the Vali, who had him beaten with whips, mounted on a camel and taken round the city, with the people shouting at him, "This is the reward of someone who violates the harems of others." He was banished from the city and went out without knowing where to go, but, as I was afraid for him, I caught up with him and stayed with him. Then I brought him back and lodged him in my house, where he still is. The Caliph laughed at my story and said, "Well done, you silent and taciturn man." He ordered me to be rewarded and to leave, but I said that I would not accept anything from him until I had told him what happened to my other brothers, adding, "But do not think that I am loquacious." I continued, "You must know, Commander of the Faithful, that my second brother is called the Babbler, and it is he who is semi-paralysed. One day when he was walking along on some errand of his, he met an old woman who asked him to stop for a moment so that she could propose something to him, adding, 'And if you like the sound of it, then do it for me, with God's guidance.' He stopped and she went on, 'I shall tell you of something and guide you to it, but you must not question me too much.' 'Tell me,' said my brother, and she asked, 'What do you say to a beautiful house with a pleasant garden, flowing streams, fruit, wine, a beautiful face and someone to embrace you from evening until morning?' If you do what I shall suggest to you, you will find something to please you. When my brother heard this, he said, My lady, how is it that you have singled me out from everybody else in this affair, and what is it about me that has pleased you? Didn't I tell you not to talk too much? She said. Be quiet and come with me. She then turned back and my brother followed her, hoping to see what she had described. They entered a spacious house with many servants, and after she had taken him from the bottom to the top of it, he saw that it was an elegant mansion. When the members of the household saw him, they asked, Who has brought you here? Don't talk to him, said the old woman, and don't worry him. He is a craftsman and we need him. She then took him to a beautifully decorated room, as lovely as I had ever seen. When they entered, the women there got up, welcomed him and made him sit beside them. Immediately he heard a great commotion, and in came maids, in the middle of whom was a girl like the moon on the night it comes to the full. My brother turned to look at her and then got up and made his obeisance. She welcomed him, telling him to sit down, and after he had done this, she went up to him and said, May God honor you, is all well with you? Very well indeed, replied my brother. Then she ordered food to be brought, and a delicious meal was produced for him. She sat and joined him in eating it, but all the while she could not stop laughing, although whenever he looked at her, she turned away to her maids as though she was laughing at them. She made a show of affection for him and joked with him, while he, donkey that he is, understood nothing. He was so far under the influence of desire that he thought that the girl was in love with him and that she would allow him his wish. After they had finished eating, wine was produced, and then 10 maids like moons came with stringed lutes in their hands and they started to sing with great emotion. Overcome by delight, my brother took a glass from the girl's hand and drained it, before standing up. The girl then drank a glass. Good health, said my brother, and he made her another obeisance. She then gave him a second glass to drink, but when he did this, she slapped him on the nape of his neck. At that my brother left the room as fast as he could, but the old woman followed him and started winking at him, as if to tell him to go back. So back he went, and when the girl told him to sit down, he sat without a word. She then slapped him again on the nape of his neck and, not content with that, she ordered all her maids to slap him. All the while he was saying to the old woman, I have never seen anything finer than this, while she was exclaiming to her mistress that that was enough. But the maids went on slapping him until he was almost unconscious. When he had to get up to answer the call of nature, the old woman caught up with him and said, A little endurance and you will get what you want. How long do I have to endure? He asked. Now that I have been slapped almost unconscious, when she gets drunk, the old woman told him, You will get what you want. So my brother went back and sat down in his place. All the maids stood up and their mistress told them to perfume my brother and to sprinkle rosewater over his face. When they had done this, the girl said, May God bring you honor. You have entered my house and endured the condition I imposed. Whoever disobeys me, I expel, but whoever endures reaches his goal. I am your disobeys me, I expel, but whoever endures reaches his goal. I am your slave. Lady, said my brother, and you hold me in the palm of your hand. No, she replied, that God has made me passionately fond of amusement, and those who indulge me in this get what they seek. On her orders, the maids sang with loud voices until all present were filled with delight. She then said to one of them, Take your master, do what needs to be done to him and then bring him back immediately. The maid took my brother, little knowing what was going to be done to him. He was joined by the old woman, who said, Be patient, you will not have to wait long. His face cleared and he went with the maid, heeding the words of the old woman telling him that patience would bring him his desire. He then asked, What is the maid going to do? No harm will come to you, said the old woman, May I be your ransom? She is going to dye your eyebrows and pluck out your mustache. Dye on the eyebrows can be washed away, said my brother, but plucking out a mustache is a painful business. Take care not to disobey her, said the old lady, for her heart is fixed on you. So my brother patiently allowed his eyebrows to be dyed and his mustache plucked. The maid went to her mistress and told her of this, but her mistress said, "There is one thing more. You have to shave his chin so as to leave him beardless." The maid returned to tell my brother of her mistress's order, and he, the fool, objected, "But won't this make me a public disgrace?" The old woman explained, "She only wants to do that to you so that you may be smooth and beardless, with nothing on your face that might prick her, for she has fallen most deeply in love with you. So be patient, for you will get what you want." Patiently my brother submitted to the maid and let his beard be shaved. The girl then had him brought out, with his dyed eyebrows, his shorn mustache, his shaven chin and his red face. At first, the lady recoiled from him in alarm, but then she laughed until she fell over. "My master," she said, "you have won me by your good nature." Then she urged him to get up and dance, which he did, and there was not a cushion in the room that she did not throw at him, while the maids began to pelt him with oranges, lemons, and citrons, until he fell fainting from the blows, the cuffs that he had suffered on the back of his neck and the things that had been thrown at him. "Now," said the old woman, "you have achieved your goal. There will be no more blows, and there is only one thing left. It is a habit of my mistress that, when she is drunk, she will not let anyone have her until she has stripped off her clothes, including her harem trousers, and is entirely naked. Then she will tell you to remove your own clothes and to start running, while she runs in front of you as though she was trying to escape from you. You must follow her from place to place until you have an erection, and she will then let you take her." She told him to strip, and he got up in a daze and took off all his clothes until he was naked.